Some history. The Orioles beat the Reds in the 70 World Series. This week, they would like to add another series win to try and get to that kind of series again. It's the Orioles on Masson, and on a rainy night as they roll up the tarp, we're scheduled to get underway at about 7:25 as the rains came about an hour ago and a pretty good storm went through. Fans, though, already in the ballpark. They went for cover and now getting back into their seats. Cincinnati Reds are in town. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne, and welcome. For the Orioles, they hope to continue a very successful homestand and increase that lead in the American League East and cut that magic number down. For the Orioles and for all of Major League Baseball, the time has now passed to add to that roster. Finally, the end of August came, and the decisions made as to who would be here and who would not. For the Orioles, there were additions that were made just today. They are familiar names. Take a look. Quentin Berry is the speedster with Norfolk, that 285 average, 25 steals. Buck Showalter says, sure, he gives us an extra edge in that department, but as Buck said, you can't steal first. Steve Clevenger, the 234 average. The Orioles have seen him off and on all season. Very strong behind the plate for the O's. TJ McFarland has done a tremendous job. The left-hander who's come out and given the Orioles a long relief scene. And Ryan Webb is here, 3-2. Some discussion about whether or not he was having some physical problems. He said, nope, not me, I'm fine. And so did his manager today. So Ryan Webb is back. Now, those are the players added today in addition to those we have already seen. So let's take a look at the depth chart. In left field now, you've got Cruz, De Aza, Pierce, Berry, and David Lowe's been here virtually on and off all season. Jones, DeArce, and Lowe can play in center. Markakis, Cruz, Lowe, and Pierce can play in right field. In the infield, with the additions, you got Flaherty, Paredes, and Johnson, who can play at third. Hardy and Flaherty at short. Scope, Flaherty, and Paredes can play at second base. Davis, Pierce, Flaherty, and Markakis all can work at first. Nick, of course, that would be an emergency move for him to be there. You've got three catchers with Hundley, Joseph, and Clevenger here, and the DHs Young, Cruz, and Pierce. On the DL, of course, Manny Machado and Wieters. Now, the bullpen with the additions, Brad Brock, Zach Britton, Tommy Hunter, Ubaldo Jimenez has been put out there. Brian Mattis, McFarland back today. Evan Meek back. Andrew Miller may or may not be available. Buck Showalter didn't want to say regarding tonight's game, and they hope that little tweak he had in the leg is going to prove to be just maybe a spasm, muscle spasm, nothing more. Then Darren O'Day, Joe Saunders back with the Orioles, of course, and Ryan Webb. Take a deep breath and go, wow, it's September 1st. And Mike Bordick, it's a lot of guys.
It really is, but actually not as much as you'd probably see from other teams. I think Buck Showalter is really cautious about the guys he brings up. Now, these guys are certainly going to see some playing time through the month of September and possibly into the postseason, depending on what they do, but really brought up to spell the regulars. I think Buck's going to be real careful, and it's going to be interesting to see how he manages the month of September because he has a lot of everyday players, guys he's run out there. And there's some guys right now, Steve Pierce, one of them, that's kind of nursing an injury. So you certainly don't want to limp into the postseason. You want to be healthy. So you're going to see him, spot guys a day here and there. Probably see Adam Jones some DHing roles. Get Diaza out there, David Lowe, and see how things work out. Quentin Berry, of course, has an opportunity to prove himself. You saw his stolen bases this season, 25, but he's 26 for 26 in the major leagues, and he has postseason experience. So he could prove to be very valuable, and somebody might add to the postseason roster.
Mike, how concerned should Oriole fans be with the fact that J.J. Hardy was out the other day, is not going to play, at least start tonight in this game with the back spasms?
Well, I think you should be concerned anytime. I mean, J.J. Hardy had a little setback at the beginning of the season with some back spasms. He only missed 4 or 5 games, though, and they were very cautious. They got it out of the way, and he was fine. He ended up having a great year, but I think in the month of September, you really really want to be careful about these injuries. You want to take care of them, make sure they're 100% healed. JJ said he feels great today. He could probably play, but I think this is one of those situations where Buck Showalter, with the expanded roster, is going to give him an extra day or two just to kind of calm things down. He wants him feeling right through this month of September, and he wants everybody clicking on all cylinders going into the postseason.
Now, you've been there as a player when you get to September and you get these call-ups. How difficult is it for the players who have been here all year? What does it do in the clubhouse? Does it have an impact?
Well, it's a little bit of an adjustment, but these guys know everybody that has been called up. I mean, Evan Meek has been here before. Most of the players are familiar with all the players around and understand what this team is shooting for, so they're not going to disrupt anything. As a matter of fact, the September call-up guys are probably just going to kind of hang out on the side a little bit and watch and see how things go. And there are definitely great leaders in this clubhouse. Adam Jones, certainly Nick Markakis, and those guys. They'll let guys understand how things are working. But I think on a whole, though, they understand that everybody is a part of this. So they're going to make people feel good when they come into the clubhouse and know that this is the way we're going to do things, play the game hard, play the game right, and come out on the winning end like they have done most of the time this season.
And one of the things that also will help, I would think, in that regard is that many of these players have already been here this season. Yeah. They've played some here. They've been with the Orioles organization and in spring training. So that's an update for you as far as the numbers are concerned. One point to be made, and we may talk about this a little later. All of the players that you see who have been added are all eligible for the postseason. All of them, including Quentin Berry, under a new rule this year that we'll try and get one of the Orioles executives to explain to us. But if you're on the 40-man roster by midnight of August 31st, you're eligible for postseason. That's the new rule. All right, when we come back, we'll take a look at how it has gone this season, and we'll talk with the GM, the man in charge of all these personnel moves, about what you got to do to get where you are September 1st.
in Baltimore. Rain's gone, and the Orioles are on the field ready to go.
And let's take a look at our train game time temperature. It's 77 degrees and the humidity up there at 59%. And there is a lot of rain in the area, so we'll just hope it holds off here. That's where we start anyway. Visit trainsearch.com to find your local train comfort specialist dealer. It's hard to stop a train, really hard. And here's the starting lineup for the Reds. Hamilton, Frazier, and Phillips. Mesoraco, Bruce, and Heisey. It'll be Pena, Negron, and Santiago. For Brandon Phillips against the Orioles, he's got some games and some numbers, including the .282 average.
Let's take a look at Bud Norris's pitch arsenal tonight. He used that fastball at 62% of the time. The power arm has gotten up 95, 96 this year with the fastball. Not afraid to run it in either. Tied for the American League, 13 hit batters this season. That breaking ball, the power slider, 29%, and often to the changeup when it gets ahead. 23 starts this year, 11-8 record, 4.0 earned run average, 105 strikeouts on the year for Bud Norris. Opponents hitting .251, giving up 14 home runs. The lefties .254 and the righties rate at .248. And Bud Norris coming off a 6-inning start. He could give up the 4 earned runs, but boy, did he battle through a very tough first inning. He threw 34 pitches in the first inning against Tampa, giving up the 2 runs, but he found a way to compete and get deeper in that ball game after a couple shorter outings by the Orioles starters. So it was a tough game for Bud, but showed what he's all about.
So the Orioles go up against the Reds as these two teams get back together again. Obviously hasn't happened very often. All-time series tied at 3-3. Ryan Price, their manager, with the ball club 8 games out in the division, 66 and 71. A team without Joey Votto for most of the season. Other injuries that they've not been able to battle through the way they hoped for. They were a favorite preseason to probably win the division, but not going to happen, barring a major miracle on their part, and some teams tanking ahead of them. Norris ready to go, and the pitch is in there for a strike. Hamilton at the plate, the man you want to keep off the base paths. He'll do a lot of damage as he is second in the National League in steals. Comes in with a 5-game hit streak, one of the few Reds hitting of late. Fouled that one back as the count will go to 0-2.
Yeah, incredible speed. Might be the fastest guy in the game. Actually still learning about the game. He's trying to clean up the bunt. All he does right now is get it down and use his speed, but he isn't really adept at it as far as placing it, but he really doesn't need to. He flies down the line.
Yeah, he's an exciting player, and they'd really hoped if they'd had the middle of the lineup all season long, he'd be a table setter for them and would have scored a lot of runs, created opportunities for the guys in the middle. 1-ball, 2-strike delivery by Norris. That'll be taken outside for a ball. But Norris has faced the Cincinnati Reds before, National League, 8th career start against them. First one since 2012 when he was with the Astros. He's 0-3 with a 5.11 ERA against Cincinnati in his career. Here's the 2-2 delivery on the way, and that'll be foul back. And interesting to note, might get the infield, because of the speed of Hamilton, they're forced to cheat a little bit, aren't they?
Oh yeah, you got to shorten up. You see the whole infield brought in on the dirt, the middle of the infield, maybe 3-4 feet off the edge of that grass. Third baseman Parada in tight as well. Everybody has to shorten up, so advantage for Hamilton. Certainly can sneak one through on the ground.
And there's one that'll go off Norris, and with that he is safe. And oh my gosh, one play and look at what's happened. But Norris gets leveled. The umpire at first base, Mike DeMuro, gets leveled. Hamilton goes down, all on one play, and Bud's limping off, looking at his elbow. Oh, mercy.
Well, he took one. My goodness, there was a lot of stuff going on right there. Off the leg of Bud Norris, ricochets towards first base, and a horrific collision there between Hamilton and Mike DeMuro.
What a way to start a game.
Man.
So Hamilton, with that speed, created all of that.
There it is, off the leg, the shin, and then there's a little hesitation by Bud Chris Davis holds his ground. A barehand attempt, but then it got crazy.
DeMuro got really run over down there. I mean, and it was nobody's fault. And Hamilton went down hard as well. DeMuro was trying to get to the foul side of first base for the call. Where did it hit Bud?
They cut him right on the, right on the shin. Almost deflected it perfectly to Chris Davis, but it ended up being in like no man's land.
Now I'm sure because of concussion concerns, Mike DeMuro will come off. Now Hamilton looks as though he'll stay, but DeMuro, the first base umpire, will come out. He'll go through the tests that's given to the players, and in this case the umpires, to determine whether or not there might be any concern regarding any concussion symptoms. Wow, this is one play. One batter.
Take a look here. Full speed. Hamilton flying down the line. That's a lot of force running into DeMuro, and catches him off guard, and it just jolts his body. Yeah, that's well, it could have been 4 players laying on the ground there.
Oof. So Hamilton will stay in the game. We'll have 3 umpires working here: Mike Esterbrook, Jerry Lane, Hunter Wendelstadt, who's behind the plate. And they'll get together on coverage of bases here with that leadoff man on, and the likelihood that he's going to take off if he feels all right and try and steal a base. Wow. By the way, Hamilton is 1 stolen base short of setting Cincinnati's rookie stolen base record. He's got 54. Second in the league entering today's play, and he's on at first base. So a leadoff single for Hamilton, and we'll hope that Mike DeMuro, the first base umpire, is all right. Billy Hamilton on at first. Here is Todd Frazier. He's a home run hitter. The infield will play at double play depth. 23 home runs, 70 RBIs, even though he's in that number 2 spot. He can pump it. And Norris really wasn't even looked at by the trainer. He just shooed him away as to where he got hit. We'll see whether or not that leg's going to bother him. And a swing and a miss, and a good pitch down and away.
A good slider. And I think a big reason why Frazier's probably having a lot of success is he's seeing a lot of fastballs with Hamilton on first base.
Yeah.
Pitchers try to speed it up, get an opportunity to throw him out. And he's putting up some big numbers at 23 home runs.
He is 6th in the National League in home runs. He's also had a pretty decent bat over the last 7 games. 286. Picked up 4 RBIs. Hamilton, Norris, there he goes. Here's the throw, 1 hopper, and not in time. Well played by Jonathan Scope to get it and apply a tag, but Hamilton will get the stolen base.
Good play on both ends. Caleb Joseph backhanding this hard slider down in the dirt, and a nice job by Jonathan Scope to hold his ground. Now after Hamilton runs into DeMuro, then he's got to run into the tree trunk leg of Jonathan Scope, taking a beating here on the bases in the early going.
55 stolen bases, a new rookie record for Cincinnati. 2nd in the National League with those 55. Gordon's got 58 with the Dodgers. And now Frazier gets an opportunity with a runner in scoring position. They'll hold Hamilton close because he'll steal 3rd. And the pitch will be up and in. Base stealers against Bud Norris now when he's been on the mound. Have only caught 6 out of 20 have been caught stealing. So they've done some running against Bud. Joseph with that great 43% throw him out rate, still up among the leaders. But boy, with Hamilton out there, it's a constant work in progress to hold him on. Now it's pouring. Here's the 2-1 delivery on the way, and a swing and a miss. You heard the fans reacting as out of nowhere. It just started to pour. Umbrellas going up and the fans heading back underneath the stands. Grounds crew coming out, ready with the tarp. I mean, it's raining, and they're going to call for the grounds crew to get the tarp out right here. This was predicted. Not going to surprise anybody. Well, let's recap. So far, we've had a hitter and a half. We've lost the first base umpire. The hitter's gone down to first, took a tumble in a collision with the umpire Hamilton, but he did get up and steal a base. And the Orioles starter took a shot to the leg, and the ball that was hit back to him. Now the rains have come.
Well, Bud had the rain in Chicago after a couple innings, and then the rain lasted too long, and of course the facilities weren't there for him to continue to throw, so he only had a 2-inning start. That was 2 starts ago in Chicago, so hopefully this rain goes quickly.
That's a killer. I mean, it's for the pitcher, or starting pitcher. I mean, he's had no chance to get into any rhythm. He had the rhythm before the game got broken up because he didn't go out to the bullpen to start warming up when he thought he was going to. So all his pregame stuff got moved all around at the last minute. It's real tough, and Bud Norris has had these kind of things now from the middle of August through tonight.
It is really hard to continually change that mindset. You know, you focus for a 7 o'clock start, and then you got to calm down a little bit, refocus, and try to gear yourself up. And here, just another block in that mental aspect of the game. But you know, we talk about Bud Norris being an incredible competitor. You know, this is not going to phase him as long as it's not a long delay.
Yeah. Oh, the grounds crew's struggling. The rain has made that tarp so heavy that they're having a very difficult time getting it onto the entire infield.
Oh, it came down fast.
Oh, it came down very fast, and the infield got wet enough, so now they're having to drag it across mud. You see, they're trying to get the water off so they can finish covering the rest of the field, but they got halfway across the infield and stopped, and you can see how much effort it's taking to try and get that thing over the field. Grounds crew work. I mean, fans of the game who've been around it a while and who take interest and notice know how difficult this job is under any circumstances, but in these situations, that tarp had gone out through a heavy downpour about an hour before the game. And so it's soaking wet anyway. Then you roll it back up even after you dump the water. Now you're trying to get it out again. The infield's mud and the tarp's full of water, and you're trying to pull that thing all the way across. It is not an easy task.
Yeah, that is hard. They're trying to get that air underneath it and somehow make it a little bit lighter, but boy, dragging it through the mud and the extra rain on top, pretty tough. They're used to that kind of work, though. These guys get after it.
Oh man, they do. Well, we're going to have a rain delay here for some period of time. Very dark clouds moving in across the area right now over the ballpark. So we're only in the first inning. We started about 25 minutes late. We're going to have another delay here. And at the top of the hour, we'll be back to update you and hopefully be ready to play some ball then. Until then, enjoy our alternate programming.
as sharp as they can, going into the postseason.
So we'll see. One, we've not had any word that ball that hit Norris has done any damage on the leg, so it looks as though that's all right, and he's back out there, and this is the lineup he is facing. Billy Hamilton already has the infield hit. Then after the collision with the first base umpire Mike DeMuro, he then stole second base. Frazier, the home run hitter. Brandon Phillips has got that career versus the Orioles .282 average. You got Mazurko's doing the catching. Will be batting cleanup. Bruce also got some power in that lineup, has struggled this year. We'll talk about him as we go along. Heisey will be making the start in left field. Brandon Pena will be the designated hitter in this ball game. Negron will make the start at third base, and Ramon Santiago will be at shortstop. So there's the Reds lineup, unchanged from the one that started. Here's the play in the first inning. This is the first batter. It goes off the side of the leg of Norris, and then Hamilton collides with Mike DeMuro, the first base umpire. Both stayed down for a while. Hamilton finally getting up to his knees stayed in, but Mike DeMuro, obviously we're concerned about perhaps concussion symptoms, so Mike went in after that play. And I'm looking down on the field, and I do not see him back out, so we'll have three umpires apparently for this game. Billy Hamilton, of course, is out there at second base. Not really, he's in center field, but he's going to be at second base when the game gets ready to go, as he stole second, setting a new rookie record for the Cincinnati Reds, a record that had been held up since 1909 was the rookie record that had been held. 1909. His name was Bob Beecher, who held the Cincinnati rookie stolen base record until tonight in the first inning. And all that will apply if in fact we get this game to regulation, and we'll see. There is more rain around and in the forecast, but for right now we are ready to go. That's pretty good for having 1.5 batters up. That we've got history, collisions,
history already made.
Injuries. And Todd Frazier will stand back in with a 2-ball, 2-strike count, and we'll get this game going again in about the 9:22 mark. Runner on second base is Hamilton. Norris will remind him that he knows he's there. Jonathan Scope will try and hold him close.
They're going to try to keep him as tight as possible. Jonathan Scope won't leave that base until the very end to try to recreate some of that range he's lost. Get him right in Hamilton's back pocket.
Hour and 46-minute rain delay in the first inning. Here's the 2-2 delivery that'll go towards the hole at third. Runner will be held. Throw over in time. Paredes playing at third base makes the play. Runner stays at second.
Let's take a look at the Orioles defense tonight. It's kind of a new look. De Aza getting the start in left field. Jones and Cruz over in right field. Flaherty at short. Hardy with the back spasms, missing a couple games. Scope at second base. Paredes getting another start at third. Chris Davis at first, and Caleb Joseph behind the plate.
There is De Aza, who is making his first appearance in an Orioles uniform in the ball game, getting the start in left field for the Orioles. Was scheduled to play a couple days ago, did not make the flight to get here in time, so was taken out of the lineup, but is in this one. Runner at second, one down. Brandon Phillips up, but he will take the pitch inside for a ball. Phillips, as we said, has got some good home run power. 7 home runs, 44 RBIs. Now, a lot of these hitters have seen Norris before, even though it's been a while. 2012, the last time Bud pitched against the Cincinnati Reds. Phillips is 5 for 15 with a home run off him. There goes the runner. Throw, and they got Hamilton. He is out, and I mean by a mile. Hamilton trying to steal third. Why, I don't know. And a help to the Orioles defense, and Joseph cuts him down.
Well, Hamilton runs every opportunity he thinks he can get a stolen base. He'll take a chance, and he must have picked up the breaking ball. Off he goes, but a great throw once again by Caleb Joseph. See, Paredes, you got to peek, and he gets there in plenty of time, gets in a good position, straddling the base, but Caleb Joseph's throw beats him in plenty of time. He's out by a long way, and Hamilton knows it as he tries to readjust that slide on the way in.
So Hamilton out of there, the 21st time he has been caught. Ball will be taken to shallow right field. Scope over, and fair territory, says the umpire. Phillips is retired, and that will do it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. First inning, 2.5 hours later, the Orioles get the hit, and there's no score. Starting lineup for the Orioles brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find their fares online only at southwest.com. Markakis, De Aza, Jones, Cruz, Davis, Paredes, Joseph, Flaherty, and Scope. J.J. Hardy not in the lineup tonight. Back spasms. He says, I think I'm 100%, but they decided to wait one more. He's supposed to start tomorrow.
Now let's take a look at Matt Latos' pitch arsenal this season. Fastball at 60% of the time. 4-seamer, 2-seamer. Get up there about 94 miles an hour with it. Velocity's come down a little bit. Had some off-season elbow surgery. Breaking ball 36% of the time. The slider and the curveball and a change just 4% of the time. He's coming off a very good month. 5-3 record. 3.15 earned run average. 67 strikeouts. 24 walks. Opponents hitting just 224. 7 home runs given up. Lefties down to 215 and the righties at 233. Latos 3-0 in the month of August with a 2.95 earned run average, and he's eaten up some innings since coming off the disabled list, averaging about 6 2/3 innings per start.
Did not help Cincinnati that he was out the beginning of the year on the DL. He had both a right elbow and left knee surgery that kept him on the DL, rehabbing both of those injuries. So the time he got back, obviously they had really missed him. He's a tremendous starter when he's on. He's only 26 years old and somebody they have looked to be a foundation piece in their organization. It's first time out against the Orioles, so we'll see how the O's can do against this 26-year-old right-hander. He's always pitched well against the American League. 9-3 with an ERA of 3.8 against American League teams. This will be his 19th start against the American League. 1-0 this year in interleague play. Nick Markakis will lead it off for the Orioles. He's in the DH role. This is what Mike was talking about, a little rest. He's still going to play, but won't be out there in the field. He and Adam Jones have started them all for the Orioles. Pitch taken up high. This is the 5th game in which Nick Markakis has been the DH this season. It's not a spot he relishes, and we'll say so, but to get a little rest, it doesn't hurt. Here's the 1-0 delivery on the way, and he's got a base hit. He got one he could pull, and Markakis starts it with a single.
Markakis swinging the bat so well. Take a look at the Reds defense. Heisey in left field. Hamilton and Bruce will join him. Santiago and Phillips up the middle. Negron at third base. Frazier over at first. And there's a Rocco doing the catching tonight.
So the Oriole fans will get a look at one of the newly acquired as De Aza makes his first appearance. Alejandro De Aza, acquired from the White Sox for minor league right-hander. A couple of players involved in the deal. And the Oriole fans will be interested to see how he performs both in the field and at the plate. He does well. He's got a chance of getting some time out there in left field. He's hitting .300 over his last 23 ball games. 7 doubles, 9 runs scored. Had been in the leadoff spot for the White Sox and had really done well both in average and on base percentage after he got moved to the leadoff spot, hitting in the number 2 spot here in his first appearance as an Oriole.
He's got some pretty good pop too. Typically hitting at the top of the lineup. Last season with the White Sox, 17 home runs.
Pitch by Lados is going to miss down low. Daza with Nick Markakis on at first base. And a hearty following, hanging on through all that rain. Hour and 46-minute delay. Ball game was delayed at the start by some 25 minutes before we ever got the first pitch thrown. And a swing and a miss. Boy, what a changeup, and that was delivered with a real authority out of the windup.
Yeah, that was a pretty good arm sell right there. I know Buck Showalter in the past, we've heard him talk about some pitchers when they get that over the top delivery sometimes is really tough on this Orioles offense, creating a really good angle. Latos has one of those type of deliveries right over the top.
Latos will look over to first base. 1-2 delivery on the way, and that will be fouled off. Zorko, the catcher, got a piece of that one, and the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Latos, we were talking before during the rain delay with Dan Duquette about increasing concern about the length of games and how to shorten them. You could shorten the game with Latos pitching if you made him stay on the mound. He comes in to get the ball back from the catcher about halfway into the plate almost every time, and then takes a slow walk back to the hill. 1-2 count. Markakis going nowhere. Pitch will be taken inside. Thought about going after it, decided against it. That's a short walk on that one. And the count at 2-2.
You know he's 6'6", 250. So you want to go tell him to speed up?
No, I was going to send you actually. I figured you'd want to get out and say hi, another player, and perhaps that's why nobody said anything to him. 2 ball, 2 strike count. The Aza with good speed, infield double play depth, and he'll tap one. That's an infield hit. Nowhere to go with that one. So he starts his Orioles career with an infield single.
Take that. All about location, right? Pretty good pitch right there from Latos, but you do what you can. Make contact and good things will happen. Take a look at the breaking ball just off the end of the bat. Just a good place, but nothing Gron can do with that play. Just to eat it. Playing back a little bit. No chance.
Gron took a look at second base. But Markakis, aware of the situation, stayed there. So the Orioles get 2 on here in the first inning. And Adam Jones is going to get the first shot, picking up an RBI in this ball game for the Orioles. Adam looking for his first September hit. Solid, magnificent season. .321 with runners in scoring position this year. And a swing and a miss on a breaking ball down in the dirt for strike 1. Boy, he does sell his pitches.
Yeah, big breaking ball here. Take a look at the Nissan pitch track. It shows itself. It's hanging up there, but there's pretty good finish at the end. Just biting down. A tight rotation. And that over the top delivery.
Adams is second on the Orioles in hits. Markakis is first. 161 for Nick. 157 hits on the year. Nick is 5th. Adam is 7th in the league in hits. Look back to second, not going anywhere. For Adam, with that .321 batting average, Jones now has moved back into the top 10 in the American League with runners in scoring position. That .321 average is good enough for 9th in the league. 0-1 the count on him, and got jammed. I mean, really got jammed on that. Fouls it off right at the plate. And a 2-strike count.
That's pretty much the effects of the over the top delivery. This fastball just running in. on Adam Jones, and just a little too late making up his mind. This gets a little bit of a piece of it, but a good location right there. Now, I mentioned, with the surgery, removed some bone chips out of his elbow, lost a little bit of velocity. So Latos has become more of a pitcher, using all of his pitches. We've seen the good breaking ball and changeup from him.
Tried to come in and sneak one by him with a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. It'll go to 2 strikes and stay there on the foul ball. Battle here early in the ball game. The Orioles down to their final 26 games left to play in this 2014 season. That lead over the Yankees of 8.5 games. Buck Showalter's ball club after their 80th win of the year, if they can get it here tonight against Cincinnati in the first of 3 against the Reds. Here's the 0-2 delivery again. Jones will whack that one out to left field. It's dying. Then a diving catch. Heisey got it. That ball was not going to stay up. It started down and fooled him a little bit. Jones retired, and the runners back to where they were.
Yeah, you see the smile there on Heisey's face. Now Adam Jones, a beautiful piece of hitting, going down to get it. Nasty pitch. A little hesitation there. Couldn't quite read the ball. And then nice recovery there, showing the closing speed and this athletic play to come up with the first out.
So the Orioles 0 for 1 with runners in scoring position. Jones retired. Here is Nelson Cruz. He's got a 3-game hit streak going coming into this one. Nelson up there among the top 10. Of course, he leads the league in home runs with 36, 3 ahead of Abreu. Pitch will be taken down low. He's also tied for 5th in RBIs.
Yeah, back-to-back games with home runs. Nelson Cruz, when he heats up, he becomes unstoppable right now, seeing the ball very well, trying to use the whole field, squaring it up more often.
7th best slugging percentage in the American League. 1-0 delivery to him. Cruz unable to stay back on it, out in front. And the count goes to 1-1, and you get a real early indication Mike was talking about here, what the Orioles hitters are going to be seeing from this right-hander.
Well, it seems like a pretty typical pattern here. Anytime a pitcher comes in, it seems like they throw a lot more off-speed pitches, really turn it up on the curveballs and change-ups.
These are the kind of things that are now being scouted. The teams that have got a chance to be in the playoffs, both the American and National League, will have their advanced scouts moving around baseball, taking a look at teams they might compete against. The Orioles will be doing that, and they're looking for those sorts of things. What do you see that will, if you play them, will help you win in a postseason game? And this kind of pitching against the Orioles may see a lot more of. That's going to be a base hit. Markakis will make the turn. He's being waved home. No throw. Heisey does not have the arm in left field. Bobby Dickerson knew it. They didn't even try. And Cruz gets the RBI, and the Orioles get a 1-0 lead.
Well, Nelson Cruz will take this RBI. I mean, he gets on the elevated fastball and hammers it through the 5-6 hole. But the ball starts slowing down in the grass. Bobby Dickerson, he reads Heisey out there, and he just kind of nonchalantly attacked that baseball. So taking advantage of the left field play, a weak arm, gets the Orioles on the board first.
91 RBIs for Cruz, so he is now in 5th place in runs batted in the American League. De Aza goes down to second base. Chris Davis. 4-game hit streak for Cruz. Runners on at first and second with 1 out. Outfield stays deep. Outfield will play him to pull, and the off-speed delivery is going to miss for a ball. And Chris gets a chance here, and the Orioles get a chance to have a big first inning. Orioles 51-11 when they score first this year. That is a number that has held true the entire season. They get on the board first, they take advantage of it and hang on to it. Strike will be taken on the inside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike count.
See John Russell and Buck Showalter talking some things over. Who knows, might be in-game strategy. It might be, looking forward a couple innings. It also might be talking about other players, what they see.
1-1 delivery to Chris. Ground ball to middle. That's going to be a base hit. Diaz will make the turn. He'll score easily. Cruz will head over to third base, and the Orioles have the merry-go-round going. Davis a base hit and an RBI. 4 singles for the first 5 Oriole hitters and 2 runs in.
Some pretty good approaches here by the Orioles offense. This piece of hitting by Chris Davis. Finally not able to get into the full shift. Shortstop stayed on the shortstop side of second base. You see that big hole there. Shoots by Phillips at second base. Piazza with the good speed. Another play at the plate uncontested.
You wonder why they would not have had the full shift on. That ball would have been caught by the shortstop playing on the other side of second.
Usually where they play him, right?
Yeah.
And then use that shortstop as the pivot to all the infield positions.
Not used there. Brady's coming up. He's got runners on at first and third now. He's got a 4-game hit streak going, 6 for his last 15. Pitch to him will be taken inside for a ball. Home run, 3 RBIs in his 4 games with the Orioles. Had a hit in all the games he's appeared in since joining the Orioles, and an acquisition. Obviously, it comes into play early with him playing at third base with Pierce out. That ball's going to be knocked down. Phillips up, makes a fine play. It'll be an RBI though. Paredes will bring home Cruz with the Orioles' 3rd run of the inning in a 3-0 lead.
That Gold Glove second baseman takes one away from Paredes, but he's able to pick up that RBI. Avoid that double play. High fives all around.
Well, the Orioles continue productive here.
Pretty nice diving play right there. A lot of times you'll see an infielder, they don't move laterally to make the diving plays. Look at the angle he takes to get to that baseball. I mean, he is heading into the outfield. They have great instincts on their pursuit angles, and Phillips, one of the better second basemen in the game.
So that leaves a runner at second base. Chris Davis now with 2 down, and that will bring up Caleb Joseph. Joseph, month of August, very special for him. One of the better months of anybody in the league, with the 5 home runs that he was able to pick up. Average over 300 for the month, which has pumped up his season average coming into this ball game. The 239 mark, 8 home runs, 24 batted in, and what a job he has done for the Orioles behind the plate. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way, and that's going to be a base hit into right center field. Hamilton will come up with it. He'll have no play at the plate. Davis running on contact, and the Orioles have a 4-0 lead, and Joseph picks up in September where he left off in August.
Well, that is a good piece of hitting right there by Caleb Joseph, and we've seen this over the last month and a half. He's got a really sound approach. He gets the foot down, not trying to do too much. Stays on the off-speed pitch. Picks up the base hit to center field. Chris Davis always hustling on the bases. Scores easily.
25 RBIs in 67 games for Joseph, and that will bring a visit to the mound. Latos just unable to find a way to get the Orioles out, and they aren't trying to power the ball off him. Jeff Pico, the pitching coach. The Orioles are just taking it where it's delivered and kind of punching it into the outfield.
You know, you always wonder about rain delays and how players are going to respond. Well, Latos, you know, he never got to pitch in that first inning. Yeah, so he was off. He was just sitting there waiting, and then the rain delay. So he was, you know, just like Bud Norris, had his mindset ready to go get this tough Orioles offense, and then all of a sudden, boom, lights go off. Got to take a break for an hour, and right now, you know, maybe a little bit of lack of focus, but it might be just the fact that the Orioles offense is really good.
Here is Flaherty. Ryan getting the start at shortstop with Hardy out. Precautionary on that bad back. Flaherty's making his 12th start at short in this ball game. And for Bud Norris, another long wait, but this one he doesn't mind nearly as much as he did the rain delay. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way, and again that off-speed pitch at 79 out in front of it. 0-2 on Flaherty.
He's made some good pitches with that changeup, keeping it down in the zone. A couple of his breaking balls have hung a little bit. It's long enough for the Orioles to get a good look. Take a look at the pitch track. Last 2 pitches down in the zone, right where he wants to be.
Flaherty's had a 2 for 6 in this homestand. 0-2 delivery to him, and another one off speed, swung on and missed, and that will do it. But not before the Orioles push across the big 4 runs on 5 hits, including the 91st RBI for Cruz, a new career high. Look forward to Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. A bit ago, that's what it looked like as the rain was coming down and the Thunder Boomers were bouncing around. And the pitchers were sitting and waiting, wondering if they'd be starting again. The answer was yes. And is Bud Norris ever happy about that? Because he's got a 4-0 lead going to the second inning of this ballgame.
Yeah, and really ended up making that first inning look like a cakewalk after so much went on before there was even an out, with Hamilton running into the first base umpire and then the stolen base. Hamilton helped him out a little bit, trying to steal third. Caleb Joseph, the nice throw, and then a couple quick outs. So Bud Norris appears to be settling in nicely.
Norris going after his 12th win of the season and his first win ever against the Reds, against whom, as we said, he is 0-3. Mazurko will lead it off. Evan Mazurko is doing the catching. He's the 3 for 5 number off Norris, and one of the 3 hits, a home run. The 26-year-old up with the big ball club with the Reds for the 4th season. He hit .238 last year, played in 103 games. That one back, and an 0-2 count in a hurry.
A pretty dangerous hitter. Look at his career numbers versus Bud Norris, 3 for 5. Does have that home run, a couple RBI. Well, on the season, the 20 home runs as well. So Bud Norris knows him, knows that can't afford to make mistakes.
0-2 delivery outside. Mazurko's 20 home runs are a career high for him, and they are the most by a Reds catcher. You got to go back to Eddie Taubensee, who had 21 home runs as a catcher for them in 1999. 1-2 delivery on the way, and Bud gets him to chase and gets the strikeout.
That was such a tough pitch. And this is the definition of the power slider. 87 miles an hour. It's got to be a fastball until the very end. And look at this dive down and away. Beautiful pitch, well executed by Bud Norris.
And Norris gets his first strikeout. Jay Bruce will be coming to the plate. Bruce, too, has faced Norris 15 at bats, 3 for 15 with 1 home run. You go after the first pitch and foul it away. I was going to say a number of call-ups by Cincinnati, far too many for us to go through, but we'll see them here in this series. But they've added a number of players. I think it was 10 that have been added to their roster.
Yeah, and they've had to throughout the course of the season. So many injuries happened to this Cincinnati Reds team, and that's really what plagued them coming into the season. As you mentioned, they were one of the teams that were touted to possibly make it to the postseason. A lot of good arms, but just the injury bug got them. And then you talk about the depth of an organization. Are there players that are going to respond and kind of keep things going until the big boys come back? Well, they kind of held their ground for a long time. And then, I just think missing Votto for so long has really hurt this lineup. And Bruce certainly hasn't had the year that they had hoped.
That one is going to be into the shift, and it'll be a base hit. Going over to the wall, rather, is Cruz, and he holds him. Cruz gets the throw in. Bruce was almost halfway down there and decided to come back. So Cruz getting only his 8th start in right field for the Orioles, with Markakis DHing. Gets it back in, and Bruce is on at first with a second hit for the Reds.
Well, Nelson Cruz, most of his career a right fielder, but playing right field wall very well. Nice job getting the one hop. Bruce, a great job of base running as well. You got to go hard. Always think double out of the box. That's what he was thinking about. And then he saw Nelson Cruz come up with a clean, puts the brakes on, heads on back.
So a runner on at first base. Good play by Cruz to hold him there. Heisey stands in. Chris Heisey has faced Norris 3 times, 0 for 3 against him. The left fielder who made that fine catch on the ball hit by Adam Jones in the first inning. Infield will look for 2, and the pitch will be taken up high for a ball. Norris, like the other Orioles starters, a fly ball pitcher, but has had his share of picking up the double plays. Keep that ball down here and get one on the ground if he can. Very little breeze blowing tonight. Nothing to affect fly balls, at least at the moment. And the pitch up high, 2-0.
Yeah, when Camden Yards gets that humidity, though, it seems like the ball jumps a little bit. Look at Bud's numbers at home. Very good. 5 wins at 3.16 earned run average on the road. It's not 6 wins, but the earned run average jumping up a bit. 4.73.
2-0 delivery on the way to him, and that'll be popped up, and that'll end up back in the seats and out of play. And the count will go to 2-1 then. You're talking about Joey Votto, 74 games missed on the DL, twice with this ball club. Quad strain, left knee problem. It's kept him out, and you just can't replace a Joey Votto kind of player. I mean, that's the Orioles losing Nick Markakis or Adam Jones. Fouled territory may be playable, and it is. Gustavus over to get it, and there are 2 down. Receive 50% off all tickets during the next 2 games of the Red Series when you help the Orioles support the American Heart Association. Orioles is serving as the mission engagement chair for the 15 Baltimore Heart Ball through a partnership with the American Heart Association and SunTrust. Those once again supporting this great cause. Visit Orioles.com/AHA. Get 50% off tickets to tomorrow or Thursday's game when you donate $10 for each ticket purchased. That's Orioles.com/AHA. Reds in town to help wrap up this Orioles homestand, which has been so good. Orioles 6-2 on the homestand. Pena will take it. Pena's the DH. Brian Pena, the unusual role for him and for any Red. Their DH is only 4 for 24. They do not have a home run or RBI this year, and this is the first time Pena's filled the DH role. He's only had 3 hits in his last 29 at bats. This is a ball club that has struggled mightily to score runs. Their strength is their starting pitching. That's what's held them in games all year. Other than that, it has been a real problem, and the offense has gotten even worse after the All-Star break than what it was before. They ranked 13th in average and 13th in runs in the National League. Pena questioning the called strike right there. Hunter Wendelstadt, home plate umpire, letting it go with a 1-ball 2-strike count.
He's questioned both strikes. Didn't like the first one either. The little backdoor slider that Bud Norris threw. Look at the pitch track there. 3rd pitch. Close.
Shift on. Runner at first, 2 down. Pena will bloop that one in the air. Flaherty is over there, the only one over there, and he will put it away. That will retire the side. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. The Orioles have the early 4-0 lead.
As a full colonel in 1994. Throughout his career and his retirement, he has been a loyal Orioles fan and a season ticket holder since 1983.
Season long, and this is David Rumsey. He started 1964, second lieutenant in the Vietnam War, Purple Heart recipient, came back, law degree, University of Maryland School of Law, joined the Marine Corps Reserve, called back first Gulf War as an attorney in Marine JAG, 3 years headquarters, retired full colonel in 1994, and he has been an Orioles season ticket holder since 1983. David Rumsey, colonel and a lawyer.
Impressive.
Thank you. Gallagher delayed game twice, once before we got started, and then an hour and 46 minutes in the first inning. We go to the bottom half of the second. See if Latos can settle down here. 8 batters came up in that first inning, 4 runs, 5 hits against him. Still kept the pitch count at 26.
Yeah,
it's kind of amazing.
Take a look at all the off-speed pitches, though. 50% breaking balls, 8% changeup. So you see he tried to establish early in the ball game.
That'll bring up Jonathan Schoop, second base, batting 9th. Latos delivery to him. The overhand's going to miss down low for a ball. Latos is coming off in August where he went 3-3. Team's results. He ended up with a 3-0 record the other non-decision games. Pitched last against Chicago on the 27th. Good outing, 4 runs, 7 hits over 7 innings in that ball game. Some of the Orioles have seen him, but not many at bats. Those who have played some National League ball. Brian Price, the manager, and the entire organization, they're just hoping, they're looking at a pitcher who'll be able to go full-time next year. Jonathan Schoop got that one way back with the bullpens. Goodbye, home run. Do not miss upstairs with Jonathan Schoop. He now has hits in 6 of his last 8, and that one is good for another run in his 13th of the year.
Unbelievable production from Jonathan Schoop. Not only the great defense, but now 13 home runs. Become a very dangerous hitter in this Orioles lineup.
So the Orioles continue to lead the world when it comes to home runs, and now have a 5-0 lead in this ball game.
Take a look at this swing from Jonathan Schoop. It is hanging belt high. Beautiful swing. Take a look at the great extension, and that ball got small in a hurry. Tommy Hunter out there just waving at it as it goes up into the Reds bullpen.
That one in the air to right field off the end of the bat. Bruce on to get it, and Nick Markakis, who singled and scored, retired for the first out in the second. Maryland Lottery contestant of the game, Charles Deweese from Perryville. You've won $500 for being selected. You win $500 more for every Orioles home run hit tonight, including the $500 you just picked up for Jonathan Scope's home run. Play the Orioles scratch off from the Maryland Lottery. Your chance to be a contestant of the game. Enter by, well, I was going to say September 1, but you know something, that's gone by. We'll check the copy and get back to you. Here's De Aza. De Aza, a single and a run scored his first time up, and that one will bounce. So the Orioles have put across the 5 runs in an inning and a third. That's the most earned runs given up by Lados this year. Ties his high for the season. It didn't take long to get there. Here's the 1-0 delivery on the way, and that'll be a ground ball towards second base. Phillips is there to get it. Makes the play. As he is retired. And there are 2 down. The home run for the Orioles by Jonathan Scope extends their overall lead. 179 home runs now. Colorado second in the majors with 155. That is the number that continues to climb, and the differentiation seemingly every day gets even larger. The Orioles with a home run ball that's in such a big part of their offense this year.
I think J.J. Hardy and Chris Tillman admiring how far that ball went. That was a bomb.
And they should.
Yeah.
Here's Adam Jones. Jones will foul it back. Flied out to left field first time up. Hardy standing there. Really wanted to play tonight. J.J. in the middle of your picture. He said, I'm as close to 100% as I can get. Which means he's got the dings of a season hanging around his body, but they're there anyway.
That's right. And
so he's ready to play.
Yeah, they're going to be there. That's the beauty of this team. Guys like J.J. Hardy, Adam Jones, Markakis, they don't want to come out of the lineup. They want to be in there every night. That's what they do. I mean, that's what they bring every day.
Oh, he'll be back in the lineup tomorrow night, according to his manager. 0-1 count with 2 down. Leto's taking a long time here cleaning out the cleats. Fans booing him. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Towards third base, short hop. DeGrom makes the play and will record the out. So the Orioles pick up a run on a hit, no errors, nobody left on. Jonathan Scope the reason. Celebrate, celebrate. It's a squall. Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Chapin Davis, providing investments that can produce income from your retirement plan. Call to learn more, 800-222-3246 or at chapindavis.com. After all those thunder bumpers went by, moon out tonight. And quiet summer evening here on this second day of September. Orioles have the early 5-0 lead. First game against the Reds, first of 3. Right back with you tomorrow night. Miguel Gonzalez, Dylan Axelrod will pitch. Chris Tillman, Mike Leake make the start for game 3. And 6:30 O's extra, 7 o'clock for the ball game. Scope with a home run to increase that lead for the Orioles. DeGrom will lead it off. Came up as a shortstop in the organization, playing at third base in this ball game. Suffered a serious knee injury that limited his 2012 season, in fact ended it. And then last year spent all of it at Louisville, AAA ball, where he hit only .225, but has made the move around the infield over to third base, so trying to get back to it. At one time he was rated their best organizational defensive infield player.
Well, yeah, obviously very versatile. And up as a shortstop, can slot him at any infield position. Very nice play there to end that last inning.
1 ball, 2 strike count. Norris will work here to 8, 9, and 1 in the order. Santiago and then Hamilton. Cincinnati had a chance to get on the board in that first inning right after the rain delay. Hamilton had singled, infield hit, stole second, and for some reason tried to steal third and was thrown out. They ended up facing only 3. Young player, situation where you probably just stay at second. You got your middle of your order coming up, but he chose not to, and it's one of those mistakes that changes the complexion of a ball game early. Joseph, with that arm, threw him out by a lot at third base. Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way, and a strike taken. Wasn't real happy about that one. Norris gets his second K.
A breaking ball right here. Let's take a look at the pitch track. Well, he didn't like it, but Norris did. Working every possible part of the strike zone on the ground, and Caleb Joseph catching it cleanly back there, aiding in that strike call.
That'll bring up Ramon Santiago, and he will take the pitch for a strike. Santiago is a switch hitter, getting the start at shortstop in this game. 6 for his last 14, 12 RBIs in his last 5 starts. Down to first base. Davis has got it. Fair territory. He doesn't have it, and it's an error. So Chris Davis, on what looked like it was going to be an easy play, just bobbles it, and that will allow Santiago to reach with 1 away.
Yeah, sometimes the easiest ones can be the toughest. I think they're just expecting it to just roll right into the glove. That's a good first step. Gets to it in plenty of time. A little flick on the end of the big first baseman's glove, and you saw that glove just bend a little bit, unable to stay in the pocket.
So that'll be the 6th error charged against Davis, only 6 this year. Puts a runner on at first base, top of the order. Here's Hamilton again, had the infield hit on the ground ball back to the mound that went off the leg of Norris, way in at third base. Paredes, and the pitch is taken for a strike. Hamilton stealing a base, getting caught trying to steal another in that first inning. The Cincinnati team has not had a lot of offensive room for error. They are just a +9 in run differential coming into this ball game. Norris with the 0-1 delivery to him, and that will miss away. 1-1.
We'll take a look. Fewest grounded into double plays per at bat this season. Curtis Granderson leading the way. Hasn't grounded into 1 double play ball, 481, but there's Billy Hamilton just 1 time in 498. And look at the bottom of that list. Chris Davis, just 2 double plays hit into out of 415.
That ball in the air, that's going to go towards the gap. Cruz reading it. And there are 2 down. Santiago back to first. Show your support for your first place Orioles and earn a chance to win a Masson prize pack just by tweeting with hashtag #IBackTheBirds. Hashtag is #IBackTheBirds for your chance to win. That's I back B A See? No. Don't scroll it. Oh, Lord. Phone's wet. It's almost out of juice. 2 down. Here is Todd Frazier. Runner on at first base, and the pitch down low. Good block made. He grounded out his first time up. Talking about how much this team has struggled at the All-Star break. They were 51-44, 7 games above 500, and a game and a half out of first. Since then, 15-27, 8 games out. A dramatic second half turnaround for the Cincinnati Reds. They began the second half losing 7 in a row and lost 4 straight series. And that was the beginning of what will probably be the end for Cincinnati's chances of going into the postseason. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Orioles have a full shift on now. Jonathan Scope goes all the way over to shortstop side of the bag, and the pitch will be taken for a strike.
Yeah, always shifting through counts. Infielders thought to look in on every pitch. His positioning can change. Bobby Dickerson was out with Paredes, Flaherty, and Scope. And Kelly Johnson, and the newer Orioles. So Kelly Johnson to the right of Bobby Dickerson there, talking about infield alignment.
Good stop again. Joseph going out to get that one. Bud Norris can be a handful for any catcher. He has 13 hit batters, only 1 wild pitch, but he comes inside and he'll bury pitches.
Yeah, that's where you want it, though. Hard down and away. Nice job. Caleb Joseph anticipating this, gets himself into a real good position. Slides over. Keeps it right in front of him.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 2-2 delivery on the way, and that's a looper. That's going to fall in for a base hit. On his way to third. Nope, second. Santiago will stay there. He was running with 2 down. And looked like he was going to make the big turn and go, but decided not to. So first and second with 2 away.
Well, didn't take advantage of that little miscue right there by Nelson Cruz. Unbelievable job here by Frazier, just reaching out with the 2 strikes. Nasty slider. And it works itself out there, finds some grass, and you see Santiago. He's kind of peeking back there, but you got to have your head on a swivel in these type of ball games, and he could have been standing on third base.
Cruz would never have made a throw to third on that.
No.
So he gives up taking the extra base. Here's Brandon Phillips. Phillips popped out. Fine play made by Jonathan Scope in the first inning. He will take that pitch for a high strike. The team hitting .247 with runners in scoring position. That is 8th in the National League. They are not happy with the strike zone of Hunter Wendelstedt. I say they, the Reds, a number of hitters have turned around, as Phillips is right there. Ryan Price, their skipper. See Joseph watching him to get back into the box. Doesn't want him turning around to see signs or location. So waits till he's staring out. 1-0 delivery on the way, and that'll be foul back. And the count goes to 2 strikes.
They're questioning the high strike. That's what a lot of the hitters have turned around and talked about. We saw on that first pitch from Bud Norris, so it caught the top of the zone.
Over his career, and it's been a good one, Hunter Wendelstedt has been a bit of a hitter's umpire. Hitters have had the advantage generally in games on ball strikes. Not a great advantage. 0-2 delivery, and that one up high, and a 1 ball 2 strike count. For Phillips this year, .291 with runners in scoring position. Chance to get this team on the board. Trailing 5-0 early. Plenty of time to chip away, and that's what Norris doesn't want to happen here with the runners on at first and second base. Phillips is 0 for his last 13 as he stands in. 1-2 delivery to him. Another one. Joseph blocks. Got to play at third. Throw is there. And not in time. And again, with only 3 umpires working, Jerry Lane, the veteran, had to really be behind the mound and had to make that call halfway to third.
Santiago, nice secondary lead. Really kind of anticipating that ball in the dirt. He got a great jump. That's the only reason he beat this throw from Caleb Joseph. Well, after making a little bit of a gaffe and staying on second base on the Frazier base hit, makes up for it with a good read there.
So the second wild pitch of the season for Norris puts runners at first and third. Frazier did not move from first base on the throw to third. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count on Phillips. Norris looking to get out of it right here and leave the runners. And he will. Norris gets it in there. That's strikeout number 3. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 are left on. Postseason, and now's the time to back the Birds. Place a deposit for 2015 full or partial season plans, including the convenient and affordable 13-game plan. You'll be guaranteed an opportunity to buy this season's postseason tickets in advance. Don't miss out. For details, go to Orioles.com/postseason or call 888-848-BIRD. The Orioles indeed are in a position to be headed to the postseason. 8.5 games ahead of New York. New York's trailing tonight. The magic number is 19. Coming into today's play, could be reduced by 2 the way this game and the Yankee game is going. Toronto, Tampa Bay, and Boston are not going to make a run, barring a miracle. We were looking at the standings today throughout the majors through games of July 1. The teams in first place in the American League were Toronto, Detroit, and Oakland. In the National League, they were Atlanta, Milwaukee, and San Francisco. That's on July 1. Do you realize not one of those teams is in first place on September 1st? That rarely ever happens. We can't even, I mean, we'll research it for tomorrow, but that's a very unusual event. Generally, teams that are in first place on July 1, 3 or 4 of the 6 will stay there and be number 1 at the end of the season in the division. None of them are in first place. Not to say they won't end up there. There are some battles obviously going on. The Orioles on July 1 were a game behind the Yankees. Kansas City was 4.5 behind the Tigers, and the Angels were 3.5 behind the A's. And it's, of course, the Royals and Angels who moved into first place in those divisions. 2-0 pitch on the way, a ground ball that'll go to short. Santiago's got it, and Cruz, who had a single and an RBI his first time up, is retired. The National League, of course, the Nationals making a great run. They were a half game out on July 1. The Cardinals were 6.5 games behind Milwaukee on the 1st of July. They're now back in first place. And the Giants, they were a game ahead of the Dodgers. Those two are still very much in a contest for the division. Chris Davis, single and an RBI for the Orioles. Shift on against him. And the pitch taken up high. Surprised that Phillips, the second baseman, is not playing back deep?
I am a little bit surprised. I mean, we've seen so many times this year where the second baseman plays well into right field. Give himself a little bit of room. Different philosophies, though.
Seen a lot of balls that have been taken by that short right fielder against Chris Davis this year. Generally would be another 20 steps into right field. 1 ball, 1 strike count. And the pitch will bounce off the plate. First part of that 4-run, 5-hit first inning. Slatos. 26-year-old right-hander. That big inning in the first against him, then Scope with a home run in the second, trying to find a clean inning here. 2-1 delivery on the way, and that'll miss away and low. Off speed, makes it 3-1.
Yeah, really trying to be careful here to Chris Davis. Like so many pitchers have, nothing on the heart of the plate. Missing high, and then some breaking balls down in the zone.
And the 3-1's going to miss. First walk surrendered. It comes with 1 away. Time for you as fans to tweet your photo using hashtag #MASSonFanPhotos for a chance to have it shown in a future broadcast, brought to you by AT&T. Think phones are a part of our life? Think that's a father-son? Yes. Brady stands in. He picked up an RBI and a ground ball out. And the pitch will be a strike. Had a check at second base. Where Jerry Lane is.
Not the easiest call out there at second base. Take a look. Looks like he made the right one.
Again, we've got 3 umpires. Unfortunately, with Mike DeMuro coming out with a collision in the first inning with Billy Hamilton and not coming back to the game. Fouled away. Brady's got jammed on that one, and a 2-strike count. Interesting to see how much time he gets in the field in games with the Orioles. Came from Kansas City. And with Steve Pearce being injured, an immediate need for someone to be moved around in the infield, with Chris Davis going back to first base. 0-2 delivery on the way. He will take that, and under the arms it will miss.
He's had some good at-bats. Both lefty and righty. Hit his home run from the right side. Make good contact. We talk about his versatility. Able to play all the infield positions. Let's look at Steve Pearce.
1-2 count, runner off first. Brady's on the chopper, and that will be fouled away. A year ago, he was up with Houston on 4 different occasions. Had a career high 48 major league games in 2013. He'd been in the Houston organization since the 2011 season. Originally signed by the Yankees as a non-drafted player, and appeared in the Yankees minor league system for 4+ seasons. That one to first base, knocked down. Frazier, there's one. And there's 2. So ran him down. Good play. And that will record the out. Davis is it. And a 5-0 Orioles lead. brought to you by University of Maryland University College. Orioles right-hander Mike Boddicker, part of that history, pitched 9 seasons with the O's, named MVP of the '83 ALCS, pitching a complete game shutout to win 4-0 in Game 2 against the White Sox. And in 1984, he led the American League with 20 wins, a 2.79 ERA, and he helped the Orioles with the 1983 World Series with a 3.73 ERA in his tenure as an Oriole. Mike Boddicker, part of Orioles history.
What the? How much did you pay that guy to do that?
2 fine bottles of the best scotch out of the lowlands of Scotland. Where do you get those pictures? Where do they get those? I mean,
mercy.
Mercy. Oh, God.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, thank you so much. And the pitch will be taken inside. Devin Mazorko leading it off. Mazorko struck out his first time up. Bruce and then Heisey. Pictures like that should not be shown till after midnight. Here's the 1-0 delivery on the way towards third base. Bobbled. Brady's up, off the mark. Davis the tag. Tough way to get an out, but they got it.
A good recovery by Paredes. Looks like he takes his time pretty good, but the throw sails up the line. Nice job by Chris Davis. You see it kind of kick up. A good job just to barehand it. Strong throw. Chris Davis reading the high throw, able to come off and easily put the tag on.
First baseman's job, save your infielder's errors. And he did right there. Base hit, first time up, Jay Bruce. And the pitch will be taken for a strike. Cincinnati came into this game having surrendered 3 or fewer runs in 8 of their last 9 ball games. The Orioles took care of that in a hurry with that 4-run first inning and another in the second. And Norris really with some room to work as we're in the top of the 4th inning. Orioles with their 5 runs on 6 hits, an error. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Reds. Bud Norris's pitch is in there for a strike, and the count will go to 1-2.
That's a good fastball right there. A couple off-speed pitches to start him off, and then just locking him up with 94 on the inner third.
Full shift on against the left-hander. 1-2 delivery to him, went away, and it will miss down low. For Bud, 10 home starts this year. He's 5-2. Oriole Park at Camden Yards with a 3.16 earned run average in his career here. This is his 16th start with the Orioles at home. Record of 7-3 in this ballpark. Big swing and a miss. 4 Ks.
He got away with one there up in the zone. Take a look at the Nissan pitch track. Pretty consistent all the way through, away off the perimeter. This one though, it looks really good. 91 miles an hour though. Gets it by him.
Heisey up. Chris Heisey popped out his first time up. 2 down, bases are empty. Heisey, a Pennsylvania native out of Lancaster, PA. Went to school there at Messiah College in Grantham, Pennsylvania. Played baseball there. 1-0 delivery to him. That'll be popped up again. First or second. Jonathan Scope. And he's got it. And a 1-2-3 inning. Sets him down easily here in the 4th. The Orioles coming up. It'll be Joseph Flaherty and Scope duo. in the final month of the regular season. Cardinals and the Pirates playing in St. Louis. Cardinals in sole possession, first place division. The first time this season they've got a 5-2 lead over the Pirates. They started the day. They are 1 game ahead of the Brewers and 3 in front of Pittsburgh. Seattle Mariners, they've got James Paxton going, 7-1 record, of 1.71 ERA in 11 career starts. Magnificent numbers. They're playing the A's, pitching Sonny Gray in their ball game. The Dodgers, well, they're playing the Nationals tonight. They are 34-22 against Washington since 2005. That's the second best record in the National League against Washington. And the Nationals, of course, out on top in their division. Have some people in this area, at least, whispering Washington, Baltimore.
Oh, yeah. More than whispering.
More than whispering, yeah. And 2 pretty good records by 2 very good teams. Orioles bat here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Joseph, an RBI base hit, his first time to the plate. Up to 242. And the pitch to him will bounce off the plate. Joseph's bat has just come alive here late for the Orioles when they needed it most. Manny Machado, of course, going out. And he's hitting .326 last 26 games, including the base hit he has picked up tonight. 5 home runs, 13 RBIs. I mean, that's a big number, because all the Orioles really were looking for from him was catch. Get the job done behind the plate, and anything else, gravy. 1-1 delivery on the way to him. Joseph on a breaking ball, miss outside.
Well, if he hadn't have played such great defense, he might not have had this many opportunities to settle in offensively. I mean, his defense really kept him in the lineup. John Russell has done a great job with him. Obviously, Matt Wieters being around, and Nick Hundley, they work so well together, getting on the same page. And you know, Caleb Joseph had a lot of nerves riding early on in his major league experience, but with the help of Hundley and his teammates, really was able to settle in. Take a look at the high fastball here. That looks good. Ties Caleb up a little bit, though.
And Hundley's got a 6-game hit streak going as the duo in the catching department. 2-2 delivery on the way, and jammed him again. Somehow fought that one off. Zacco caught a piece of that behind the plate, and a 2-ball 2-strike count.
I mean, it says so much for how his coaching staff and, you know, the player development really evaluate their players. To give Caleb Joseph an opportunity, and defensively, you know, he made an impact. I think John Russell and Buck Showalter agreed that, you know, he's doing a good job, but they look for more offense from that catching position, especially having Matt Wieters.
And called off in center field. Hamilton is there to put it away, and Joseph is retired. 1 down. The final homestand of the regular season is coming, and history is waiting to be made here at the Yard. Tickets are going fast. Final 10 home games of the year, including showdowns with the Yankees, Blue Jays, Red Sox. Every game matters. Looking to the AL East title, playing for the home field advantage throughout the playoffs. So don't miss a moment of it. For tickets, 888-848-BURR, to go to Orioles.com. And a swing and a miss. Flaherty, a strikeout victim, his first time up. Keep in mind that home field advantage, of course, determined by the number of wins that you get. Orioles have 79 coming into today's play. The Angels with 83 lead the American League. Kansas City with 75, and the Orioles with 79. Center field, Hamilton, and that's going to fall in for a base hit. So Flaherty is on with a single to center. 1 down here in the 4th inning. The Orioles get their 7th hit. He's shaking his head.
How does it happen? Broken bat single from Ryan Flaherty. Well, they all haven't been broken bat singles. There's been some really good at bats. Ryan Flaherty right off the label. A nice level swing. Pitch up in the zone. Just giving that offense more of an opportunity if the pitch isn't executed well.
Jonathan Scope delivering the home run, his 13th, coming in the 2nd inning of the ball game. And here it is.
Take a look at this swing from Jonathan Schoop. Elevated, quick bat at the top of the zone, and ends up in the Reds bullpen. It was a bomb.
(1-0). Short lead at first, Flaherty. Overhand delivery, and that one is going to miss. The 83-mile-an-hour pitch makes it a 2-0 count. Home run wise for Jonathan Schoop in his pro career at Bowie in 2012, he hit 14, and that's his high in a given season. Last year he played all over the place at different locations. Pitch taken down low, and 3 in the Gulf Coast, 2 at Aberdeen, 9 at Norfolk, and 1 with the Orioles. So if you put them all together, that's 15 total for last year. But he should be above that in home runs this season in his rookie year here at the major league level.
Yeah, you wonder, well, how is that possible? How can he have this much success up here after not, hitting that many in the minor leagues? Well, look at this team he's surrounded by. So many great players. Nelson Cruz kind of took him under his wing and to teach him. Manny Machado's been through it a little bit to help him out. I mean, this team communicates very well. So not only is he getting, hitting it advice from Jim Presley, he's getting it from the whole team, and it's not that it's a burden on him. He's a young kid that's seeking advice from these great players.
3-1 delivery on the way. You'll pop that one up as Rocco is back, and he will put it away. Flaherty will go back to first base, and there are 2 down. Help by battery mate. Orioles turn it over and go to the top of the order. Nick Markakis. Nick started that first inning out with a base hit. He's the DH in the ball game. Single. He would score. Cruz an RBI. Davis an RBI. Paredes an RBI. Joseph an RBI in the first inning, and then Schoop the home run in the second. Flaherty still over at first base. 2 outs. And Nick Markakis. Lob toss over. Flaherty back to the bag. Orioles trying to continue their run here at home. They are now 40-28 here at Camden Yards. Who would have thought that at the beginning of the season, when for the first couple of months there was a real concern about whether or not the Orioles were going to play good baseball at home. 21-7 since June 30. They've outscored opponents during that time frame, including tonight, 148-88. Yet they started 19-21 at home in their first 40 games. So a big turnaround where you need it. You want that real good home record to go along with a 500+ record on the road, which the Orioles certainly have. They're 10 above that on the road. 10 above 500.
Well, things started turning around for the Orioles when their starting pitching turned around.
That one hit the center. Hamilton back. Warning track up, and he makes the catch 1 step away from the wall. Markakis is retired. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. Orioles lead it 5-0.
first inning. It was a good one for the Orioles offense. Nelson Cruz driving in Markakis for his 91st RBI. And then Chris Davis swinging the bat nicely here. Diaza scores for him. And Caleb Joseph, boy, has he been hot. Another RBI single. But Jonathan Schoop in the second inning, 102 miles an hour off the bat. Ball ends up in the Reds bullpen. Oh, yeah, Cruz and Schoop celebrating that one. It was a bomb. Take a look at the pitching matchup. Latos 4 innings, rough first inning. He's given up 5 earned runs already. Bud Norris has settled in and pitched nicely. Just 3 hits allowed, nothing on the board. Pretty good job for Bud Norris. Nice response after that rain delay. Remember, Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Fifth inning as Bud Norris taking a look at Brian Pena, designated hitter in the ball game. He popped out to third base his first time up. It'll be the bottom third of the order for the Reds, who are 6-11 against the American League this season in interleague play. The Orioles are 9-8 against the National League. Norris gets it in there for a strike. Showed bunt. Now the full shift is on, so trying to get Flaherty in on the left side. He's the shortstop, the only one over there. 0-1 delivery. Wasn't bunting on that one.
Let's pull him in a little bit and then hit a home run on the next pitch. Pretty healthy cut there, but can't catch up to the 94 from Norris.
And the count goes to 0-2. Norris, no walks and 4 strikeouts so far in the ballgame. Missed a little bit out with that one. Pena, switch hitter, 200 right-handed, 274 left-handed, and all 5 of his home runs have been hit left-handed. Thus the question, why do you bat right? Here's the 1-2 delivery, and that'll be fouled back. Don't see nearly as many switch hitters as you used to. That used to be something you really tried to do and was advantageous as you moved your way through professional baseball. I'm not sure it's that advantageous anymore. If you can hit either right or left, you get a chance to play.
Yeah.
Here's the 1-2 delivery, and that'll be outside for a ball. Well, the magic number is now 18. The Red Sox beat New York 9-4. Nava had a 2 for 3, a home run, 3 RBIs. Cespedes 3 for 3, 2 runs, RBI, triple. 2-2 delivery on the way. Norris goes up high. So after getting ahead on this count, the count is now full at 3-2.
They're really trying to expand the zone a little bit. Take a look. So misses well off the plate. A little bit closer might.
3-2. He missed it. Joseph, no play. So it'll be a strikeout. Pena will reach. It's going to be a pass ball, allowing the runner to reach.
And Caleb Joseph setting up away. Bud Norris just pulls this fastball. It's 94, 95 miles an hour. And Caleb just can't get the glove back over there in time.
So strikeout, pass ball, runner on, leadoff man here in the 5th inning. Negron, a strikeout victim, his first time up. He'll go towards second, diving Jonathan Schoop, and got him. Oh, what a play on both ends of that one. Negron is down, stumbling across the bag and maybe over Davis's foot. Schoop with a great stop. Needed help from Chris Davis and got it.
Well, we've seen some great plays from both second basemen here. Jonathan Schoop stretching out with that big frame. Nice play. Nice play by Chris Davis, and he has to head up the outfield line. Gets his body in there a little bit. And another collision. Wow, pretty good one there.
And again, a play where all kinds of things are happening right off the elbow of Davis.
Yeah, both players pretty lucky.
Seemed to be okay. Then Brian Price, the manager, came out, started to go to the first base umpire, Mike Estabrook. So he was both checking on the player and thinking about challenging.
Yeah.
And then looked in the dugout, and his video replay official said, no, don't challenge. And Chris Davis said, of course not.
Yeah,
we made the play.
Yeah, he's pretty lucky there as well. And pretty dangerous getting into the line, either up or down the line. Fortunately, that's caught him on a good spot.
So a runner now at second base with one away. Pena moves up. Here's Santiago. Paredes even with a bag at third. And the number 9 hitter reached on an error his first time up. One away. The Orioles have the 5-0 lead in the ball game. Pretty good secondary lead. Orioles will now move in a little bit. Flaherty trying to hold the runner. 1-0 pitch is there for a strike. To think he might pull the ball, take a look at first base coach Billy Hatcher, where he's playing. Think he's out of the first base coach's box?
Keeping himself safe down there.
He's almost bought a front row seat.
Yeah, he wants some popcorn or something over there.
Gives you the idea. Santiago may pull the ball a lot into foul territory. Here's the 1-1 delivery on the way. A scoop. Good play made by Joseph. Not to let that one go by, and a 2-ball 1-strike count.
Another hard slider down and into a lefty there. Good pickup by Caleb.
The ground looks as though he's okay over there after taking that tumble at first base. This has been a physical game. 2-ball 1-strike count. We're only halfway through it. Two-one delivery to him. Came inside, fouls it off, and a 2-ball 2-strike count.
Bud's throwing the ball really well right now, holding that good velocity, mixing up his pitches. We've seen some occasional change-ups early in a count.
Latos looking, hoping for a little offensive help here, and there hasn't been much of that of late for any of the starting pitchers for the Reds. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Santiago will take it up high. Since the All-Star game, this Reds team is hitting .220 and only .230 with runners in scoring position. Since the break, they are last in the majors in runs and on base percentage, 29th in batting average and slugging percentage. 3-ball 2-strike. Big lead at second, and that's going to be up high. So the walk surrendered will put runners on at first and second here in the 5th inning with one away. On Friday, September 12th, the Orioles take on the Yankees in a special day-night doubleheader. Games are at 1:05 and 7:05. Tickets going fast for each game and will not last for long. Every game matters. The race for the postseason and home field advantage. Lock in your seats now for ticketsorioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. Nick Showalter asked about that home field advantage and what it meant to him having a winning record in the American League, the winningest, before the game today. Refused to answer with a smile. Here is Billy Hamilton. He just said, look, not going to talk about magic numbers, not going to talk about where we are in winning the division, not going to talk about the best record. We go out like we always do. We play this game, and then we get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's the way he wants his players thinking. And so if he doesn't talk about it, players won't.
Well, why change the approach that they've had all season long? You know, why all of a sudden come into the clubhouse and say, hey, why don't we go after the best record in the game? I mean, these guys want to win every game anyway. And that's the approach they take. They've really raised the bar for themselves competitively over the last couple seasons. The last 2 winning seasons, they expect to win now. And when they take the field, they know how good they are. And I think it may have taken a little while for the league to realize that. And then coming into this season, you know, we talk about their record since July 1st. I think all of a sudden there was just a newfound respect for this team, and people started saying, hey, this team is legit. And, you know, I think they got that advantage over other teams when they came into Camden Yards.
Yep. And the Orioles, despite the great season around Major League Baseball, I think it's fair to say a lot of fans are just beginning to realize who the Orioles are and what they're doing. They did not, and probably for the betterment for the team, they did not receive a lot of national attention throughout the course of the year. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Runners on first and second, in the air to left field. Diaz is there. Runners will go back, and there are 2 down. 2 down, 2 on here in the 5th. Todd Frazier coming up. He singled and grounded out in his at-bats. Went to the All-Star game this year and was selected by the players, which is always an honor. There are those selected by the fans, the starters. Then the players get to select. And then the coaches, managers, add selections to round out the team. He was selected by the players his first All-Star game. As we said, he's had a hot bat and always a power danger. He's 2 for 9 lifetime off Bud Norris. Shift on against him. Go after it and foul it back.
And a pretty healthy cut right there. You see why. 23 home runs. You see the home run leaders for the National League. Stanton leading the way with 34. Rizzo, Duda, Upton, Bird. There's Todd Frazier, and he actually competed in the All-Star game in the home run derby. So Frazier's really picked up the slack with Jay Bruce having an off year and battling some injuries, and Votto not in the lineup.
0-1 delivery to him. Norris kept it down low, and the count goes to 0-2. Here at home, Norris with a 5-2 mark. 5 of the 11 wins he's picked up this season. 23-minute delay before we got the game started, before a pitch was thrown. 1:46 delay first inning, and Norris has looked sharp through all that. Oh, did he fool him on that one? Pounds his bat into the ground. That'll be strikeout number 6, and 2 are left on base. 5-0 Orioles. Masson is brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you, by visitannapolis.org. Find it here. And by Luna. For beautiful new carpet, hardwood, and laminate, call 877-241-LUNA. After thunderstorms rattled on through, beautiful night, summer night. Temperatures in the 90s and expected to stay that way today, tomorrow, and through the middle part of the week. Some of the warmest weather we've had here in the Baltimore area all summer. Latos on the mound. There's what he's done. 64 thrown. He will face Diaz, Jones, and Cruz. He's thrown 8 out of 19 first pitch strikes. Not particularly good.
He settled in pretty nicely, though, after that rough first inning.
Yep. Alejandro De Aza making his first appearance as an Oriole. Singled in the first inning, infield hit. Grounded out in the second. So 1 for 2 in the ball game. Diaz now's had 25 hits, last 81 at bats, staying at that 300 batting average over the last 23 ball games. 1-0 count. Taking, it'll be on the inside corner for a strike, 1-1. Lato's really having to pitch, as Mike was talking about, with the elbow surgery and the speed gone. He's now delivering all the off-speed stuff, breaking ball, changeup, moving it around, show you a 90-mile-an-hour fastball once in a while.
And you think the velocity is going to come back a little bit. You know, typically any type of surgery, it takes a full year to kind of recover, get your body back in sync. And here proving that has, since he's come off the disabled list, that he has that ability to pitch and use all four pitches in his arsenal, and you can see why he can be very effective. Pretty good changeup, that big over the top curve. Look at the pitch track there, working down in the zone, located very well to get that first strike on the inside corner.
Diaz waiting on a 2-2, and that one's going to be looped for a base hit. Diaz is on with his second hit of the ball game and a leadoff single here in the fifth inning for the Orioles. Our PNC minor league report brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you.
Mike Yastrzemski, boy, what a year he had. Worked his way up to Double-A, 284 overall, 17 home runs. This is his career in the minor leagues with 100 RBI, 20 triples, stolen base threat. He was a 14th round pick just last year. And he was playing in Double-A Bowie this year. So, worked hard, had his opportunity. He has the mindset of, hey, if I have a uniform on my back, I'm going to go out there. I have an opportunity to possibly climb through this organization. And he has opened some eyes and now considered a top prospect in the organization.
Here at the ballpark tonight for the beginning of the game. Adam Jones has flied out, grounded out. Jammed him. Adam, that's an infield hit. Adam Jones came in second in the league in infield hits to go along with all that power. He's got another one right there, and the Orioles have the first two on here in the fifth inning.
He's shaking his head a little bit, but hey, you take that. Another fastball that gets in on the knuckles there, but finding some space on the infield grass. Not a lot of pace to this ball. The third baseman has to eat another one.
So the Orioles get good speed on the base paths with Diaz at second, Jones at first. Latos is shaking his head more than once tonight on balls that have been hit right in front of him where there's been no play, and balls hit right in front of outfielders where there's been no play. Cruz a single and an RBI, and he is grounded out. And the pitch will be taken for a strike. Another RBI chance. Villarreal up, and Denick, righty lefty in the bullpen for Cincinnati. That has been another problem area for the ball club. Their pen has not been as good as they had hoped. Nelson Cruz, 0-1 count. Runner goes at second. Throw down to third and out. He got him. Had it there. Diaz trying to steal a base. Scores 5-0, but why? And that's the first out.
Pretty good throw right here, right on the money. Diaz trying to show his speed there and hit the swipe on third base, but out pretty easily.
So that leaves a runner at first base, one away. On the caught stealing against Diaz, Jones was not going, so he's still at first. Cruz will take the pitch, and it is up high. Two 2-1 count, one away.
The Orioles have brought some speed in with Diaz and Quentin Berry, so they might try to see, what they have to offer.
Up the middle, that's going to be a base hit. Jones will make the turn, head to third. Here's the throw. One hopper and not in time. Second base. Got him. Gerald, what a play right there on a fine throw made by Negron from third base. So the Orioles recording outs on the base paths. One Cruz had to try and do, though, with that play coming over to third. Jones was safe.
Well, pretty good play all the way around here. Nelson Cruz, nice job of hitting. Finding a hole up the middle. Adam Jones, we've seen him go first to third. One of the best in the game right now reading the ball. But look at this play by Negron. Nelson Cruz, hey, why not hustle on in the backside here? A good throw is the only way to get him. And you see Phillips putting the tag down. Pretty nice play all the way around. Can't knock anybody there.
So the Orioles have 3 singles in the inning and 2 outs and 3 batters. Davis single and an RBI, and he is walked, and Chris will take the pitch for a strike. So the Orioles with outs on the base paths here in the 5th inning. Jones over at third base, getting in ahead of the throw by Hamilton. Negron saw that play at second immediately and made a real good throw. As Mike said, anytime it's going to take a perfect throw to get you, you take the chance. And that's what it was that got Cruz.
Yeah, it sure was. Nice job by the infielder, Negron, though. You got to have good peripheral vision. You got to have an understanding of what's going on in the field. And as the ball was coming in from center field, he realized that Adam Jones was going to be safe and immediately got himself in a good position to throw to second base.
Why would you have one sleeve on and one sleeve off, my son John? And another good stop made. Zarco behind the plate, able to keep that underneath the glove. Davis trying to get an RBI here with 2 down. Chris, of course, continuing to produce in the RBI field, and Jones getting as far off as he can at third base, and a pretty good lead because they've got the shift on against Chris. So that moves that third baseman Negron over towards the shortstop hole and gives Jones a chance to walk off a real good lead should there be a wild pitch here. Bobby Dickerson watches the fielder. Here's the 2-2 delivery, and an off-speed pitch is in there for a strike. So that will do it, as the Orioles will not pick up a run despite 3 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. A little rain came, 23-minute delay started the game, and then even more rain came, an hour 46-minute delay. And the Orioles went to work. Joseph getting one on a caught stealing. The Orioles first inning, 4 runs, 5 hits in the inning. Scope second inning, long ball, home run, his 13th of the season. And then Bud Norris has gone to work, a walk and 6 strikeouts. The moon's on his side so far tonight. as the Orioles have a 5-0 lead. That's the reason why we are playing so late, so early in this ball game. We mentioned earlier that none of the teams in first place on July 1 this year were in first place on September 1. That is the first time that has happened since division play started in 1969. In 1982, there was one team that was a holdover. That was the National League West, where the Braves were in first place July 1st and stayed there at the end. But never has there been a time where none of the teams in first place July 1, at least one of them wasn't in first place on September 1. First time ever this year. The irony being it's both the American and National Leagues.
Right.
All of them, all 6.
No kidding.
Tommy Hunter in the bullpen for the Orioles. Brandon Phillips at the plate. Phillips has popped out, struck out. 5 left on so far by the Reds, 2 in scoring position in the ball game. They've done it the hard way. They've had 3 singles, and the other base runners, there was an error, and then there was a pass ball and a strikeout. And Bud Norris has pretty much dominated the Cincinnati lineup. Here's the 1-1 delivery. Phillips on a check swing, fouls it off.
In between swings there from Phillips. Bud Norris got them all crossed up right now. Pitch is running up and in, even the slider backing up on him.
And the count goes to 1-2. Phillips will take the pitch outside. That foul ball, the seats. I was just reading a story today. In fact, it was in the Week magazine about somebody who had written an article, and I can't remember, it was the Wall Street Journal or something, but it was excerpted in the Week about foul balls in baseball. You have 1 second in the stands to decide to react to a ball hit at you. It's going around 100 miles an hour is the average, and it takes 1/10 of 1 second for the brain to realize it has to respond. So you lose that time. It's why we talk about if you come to the ballpark, you got to watch the game. Just have to, because you just do not have time on foul balls to do much. Ball in the air to right field. Very playable. Cruz is there, and he's got it. Phillips is retired.
Well, let's take a look at the Jeep inside the numbers. Some interleague issues for Bud Norris this season. He's off to a good start here, though, to kind of break that trend. Versus the American League, 10-5 with a 3.52 earned run average. That National League, just the 1 win, 3 losses. Look at that earned run average, 7.27. Well, he is bucking that trend because strong start right now against the Reds, putting up zeros.
Zorko's going to get a base hit into left field on a hop in front of Diaza. His first hit of the ball game. And he is now 4 for 8. Lifetime off Norris went after that first pitch, so a 1-out single for the Reds catcher here in the top of the 6th inning. That'll bring Bruce to the plate. Jay Bruce has singled and struck out. He himself quoted in the Cincinnati newspapers this week as saying this is the most disappointing season in baseball he's ever had. Had high expectations, has not gotten the numbers that he thought he would have. 1 away. Bunting. Fair ball. Joseph gets the out at second base.
Oh, what a nice play right there by Caleb. Good read. That's what happens. You got a power hitter kind of struggling a little bit, trying to do anything he can to create a little offense. Here the ball just kind of sticks out in front of home plate. Caleb Joseph able to pounce on it. Strong throw to second base to get that lead runner.
Flaherty there to handle it. Shortstop. So 2 down. And Bruce out of there. That'll bring Heisey up with a runner on at first base, trying to get that base hit. Boy, when you got Bruce Bunting, you know he's struggling. He's on at first. Heisey has popped out a couple of times. Will take the pitch. Joseph blocks it, holds the runner at first base. Cincinnati team, for all the struggles they've had this year, they've actually played better against better ball clubs. Their record 38-40 with teams who are 500 or better. They're 28 and 31 against teams that are less than 500. They've done pretty well against good ball clubs. Not enough to be in it, but foul back. As far as the wild card hopes for Cincinnati are concerned, they come in 7 games out of the second wild card spot, and there are 4 teams within 7 games. They are that 4th team. Right now, San Francisco, Milwaukee are the wild cards in the National League. One ball, 1 strike count. Not a big lead at first. Norris's pitch will miss, a little low, maybe away. Count goes to 2-1. Heisey trying to generate something. Playing against the Orioles previously, Heisey's had 4 hits in 18 at bats against the Orioles, and all of those at bats have come here at Camden Yards against the O's. He'll foul tip that one at the plate.
A good slider there from Bud Norris. A couple good ones here to Heisey. It's running off that outside edge.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Teams haven't met since 2011. Ryan Denick in the bullpen. He's been up for an inning. He's ready to go, just staying warm out there. Here's the 2-2 by Norris. Got him on a high heater. 7 strikeouts in the ball game. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. It's the Orioles 5 and the Reds nothing.
The Orioles got to him for 10 hits. It was a rough first inning. Orioles put a 4 spot on him, then a solo shot by Jonathan Scope for that 5th earned run. See him mixing up the breaking ball much more than he has in the regular season. A lot of times this is what this Orioles offense will do to a pitcher. Now it's time for the M&T Bank call to the bullpen, brought to you by M&T Bank. When Baltimore succeeds, we all succeed. Take a look at Ryan Denick. This will be his major league debut. Just called up, one of 10 call-ups for Cincinnati. 58 games in the minors. 4 wins, 2.34 earned run average. 40 punch-outs in 50 innings of work. The Orioles getting a look at this young lefty.
So it's a big night for Denick. One of the 10 September call-ups by the Cincinnati Reds. He had a game at Double-A this season where he started, but then quickly moved up to Triple-A. He's out of North Olmsted, Ohio High School. He was picked up by the Reds Rule 5 draft in 2012 from the Royals. The Royals had drafted him 22nd round of the 2009 first-year player draft. So for Denick, here is his major league debut. And gets a little pat on the back from Fraser, his first baseman, literally, as the butterflies flow around in his tummy tum tum.
Yeah, pretty exciting moment for him, that's for sure.
Paredes will lead it off for the Orioles. RBI on a ground ball in the first inning. Hit another ground ball in the third. Take the first pitch, fouled it back. And Denick can say, "Get that out of the way. Now I can think about pitching." Through the first one. 27-year-old. Reds want to take a look at. 57 games at Triple-A, went 4-0. He had 3 saves. Very fine 2.36 earned run average. 1-1 delivery on the way, grounded to third base. Nice stop made. LeGrand's throw over to first base will retire. One away here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And as promised earlier in the game, our AT&T fan photo as the bird enjoys a little lunch. Photo to take home with you. Our attendance tonight, 15,021, 15,021. Caleb Joseph, base hit, RBI, and he flied out. Breaking ball will be on the outside corner for a strike. And Denick getting it in. Orioles 5 runs on 10 hits, no runs, 4 hits for the Reds. Again, down the third base side, that though is going to be fouled off. For Caleb Joseph this season against the left-handers, 207, 261 off righties. Kind of a surprise. We've talked about the fact that one of the things the Orioles looked at regarding Caleb in his call-up was the numbers he had in the minor leagues against left-handers. Very strong. Here's the 0-2 delivery to him. He's getting jammed. That's where they thank God for the screen in front of the dugout, because that's where that ball went, right there off that screen.
Wow, it was whistled over there. Breaking ball kind of chasing Caleb inside, and somehow was able to get that bat head to it, pulled it. Just missing his front leg into the Reds dugout.
Oof. May have caught him. And a swing and a miss. After all those inside pitches, he worked him away. And Denick strikes out, his first major league hitter.
Pretty good fastball here. You see a couple pitches inside, and here dotting 91 up and away. Much textbook stuff right there.
So 2 down here in the 6th inning. Ryan Flaherty coming up. He has struck out and singled. Pitch will be taken. The high strike called. Tommy Hunter will be coming into the game because it's the second time he's been up in the bullpen. 0-1 count. Norris and Gosman there. Breaking ball, a good one. Count goes to 0-2.
Got down in the zone. Pretty good pitch.
It happens so quickly, but make no mistake, for a pitcher like Denick, this time of year, this situation, he gets a 1-2-3 inning. It matters.
Oh, heck yeah, it does.
I mean, it may seem like, a limited showing. You only had 3 hitters. But if you can get through it, that's what you leave in the mind of the organization, of the manager, of the front office people.
And it's things you keep in your own mind to help your own, success and confidence.
If he gets it. 1-2 delivery on the way. Ball put up in the air to center, and looks like he's going to. Hamilton is back there, and Denick makes his major league debut with a clean inning. We've completed 6. Game 1 of 3 against the Reds. Hunter coming on with the Orioles up 5-0.
Start and then an hour-and-a-half rain delay. Bud Norris came out on fire. Nasty command of his slider. Beautiful pitches on the outside corners. He's able to rise that fastball up to the top of the zone. Hit 94, 95 miles an hour with the cheese. 7 punch-outs on the night for Bud Norris. 6 strong innings of work. Just 4 hits given up. Take a look at his pitch arsenal comparison. Pretty much true to form. Why change something that's working? Bud Norris, another good start. Now it's time for the Jiffy Lube pitching change. The Orioles can check this pitching change off their to-do list. Isn't it time for you to check oil change off yours? Come into Jiffy Lube and help keep your vehicle running longer. Well, Tommy Hunter now coming into the ball game. Pretty much a 2-pitch pitcher since moving to the pen. Power fastball at 76% of the time. And the breaking ball 24% of the time. For Tommy, 48 games this year, 3.58 earned run average, 37 punch-outs in his 50 1/3 inning of work. Opponents hitting .255 overall, giving up just the 4 home runs.
So a chance for Bud Norris to win his 12th game of the season. And Tommy Hunter's delivery in there for a strike. Ryan Pena leading it off, reached on a strikeout and a pass ball. He has popped up. Bottom third of the order here in the 7th inning. Hunter's delivery, that'll be in the dirt, and skips away. Billy Rowell back up in the bullpen for the Reds. About these two teams and their limited engagements in baseball history. 2005, Reds took a 3-game series, 2 games to 1. That went off the home plate umpire, Hunter Wendelstedt.
Staggered him for a little bit. Over the high breaking ball. Pena with the healthy cut. Catches him right on the chin. Oh. Saved his feet a little bit. Now that's not nice.
That's not nice.
No.
You've been there before.
Right.
Jerry Lane, the veteran, down at third. We've already lost one umpire. Mike Estabrook on the other side. Mike DeMuro started at first base, had to leave after the collision with Billy Hamilton. Gets him for his strikeout. 1 down here in the 7th inning.
Well, not a lot you can do with this. 96 miles an hour. Take a look at the Nissan pitch track. Look at that movement as it works itself back over the inside corner. I mean, it locks him up. He thinks it's coming at the front hip. Incredible how you can move that ball that much and hold that much velocity. Nice pitch by Hunter.
No, Pena retired. These two teams met in 2011. The Orioles took 2 out of 3 here at Camden Yards. Pitch will be taken for a strike. 2011 series featured a rubber match with Nick Markakis having a 3-hit ball game and Derek Lee, Luke Scott, Mark Reynolds delivering home runs in a game that gave the Orioles the 2-1 edge in 2011 in the 3-game set. 0-2 count. Negron has been called out on strikes and robbed of a base hit. Jonathan Scope, his last time up, fine play at second base to get him. The 0-2 delivery by Hunter and a swing and a miss. Joseph's got to make a play, up, and does.
Nice play. And this is what you like to see out of young players. No panic at all. Just stick with the skill set. Caleb Joseph with a nice block. Takes his time, gets the ball, fires a seed down to Chris Davis. Perfect throw. Plenty of time.
So 2 strikeouts for Tommy Hunter and a little help from his catcher. Ramon Santiago's reached on an error and he has drawn a walk. The only walk surrendered by Norris in the ball game. And the pitch taken up high for a ball. Game 2 coming up tomorrow night as these two teams have a 3-game set to round out this homestand. Gonzalez and Axelrod tomorrow. That ball put in the air to center. Long run Jones, but he's a good long run man, and he hauls it in. Santiago is retired. Clean inning. 7th inning stretch time here at Camden Yards. Our Mazda do-ups. It'll be Scope, Markakis, and Diaza. Relations for the Cincinnati Reds coming to the ballpark here at Camden Yards tonight. They placed a rose in the position where Monica Pence Barlow used to sit for games. That was put there by Butcher on behalf of the Reds organization. And in their notes, their game notes, they said tonight's game is game 1 of 3 in the series versus Monica Barlow's Orioles and the Cincinnati Reds. Great gesture. Orioles have the 5-0 lead. Out hitting the Reds 10-4. And we'll go through the bullpen a bit.
Pedro Villarreal into the ball game. He's only been in 2 games this season. 4.15 earned run average. 4 strikeouts. Been up and down these last couple years with the Reds. The power arm, that fastball 92 to 95. A pretty good cutter. 96 to 90 miles an hour with that. A little slider and a changeup as well. The fastball cutter combination pretty good if he can command that.
Villarreal spent most of the season at AAA at Louisville. 6 wins, 2 losses, 2 saves. He had 2 starts and 40 relief appearances at AAA. Came up on August 21 and made his season debut against Atlanta that night on the 21st of August. So Villarreal on as Denick made his debut with a solid inning, and our Alexis Towson drive of the game.
Jonathan Scope. Oh yeah, it was hammered 102 miles an hour off the bat into the Reds bullpen. Nice swing by the young second baseman.
Drive of the game brought to you by Lexus of Towson, the area's #1 Lexus dealer. Come see why at lexusoftowson.com. Scope, Markakis, and De Arza due up. Bottom half of the 7th inning, and the pitch will be taken for a ball. St. Louis got their win over Pittsburgh 6-4 in their ball game today. Somehow, some way, the Cardinals find a way. Swing and a miss as they have moved into first place. First time this season, as we told you earlier. Darren O'Day in the bullpen for the Orioles. Cardinals a game lead over Milwaukee starting the day, and 3 over the Pirates to start it. It's now 4 over the Pirates.
Seemed like St. Louis was just kind of hold their head above water until Molina came back.
Boy, did he shatter that bat. Santiago makes the play. And Jonathan Scope is retired. Take a look at our Krieger Eye Institute's upcoming schedule. From routine to the most specialized eye care, LifeBridge Health's Krieger Eye Institute handles it all. Call 410-601-2020 for a same-day appointment.
A couple more night games against the Reds, and then it's off to take on the Rays. Night game, 7 o'clock start on Friday, and a couple afternoon games on Saturday, Sunday.
Nick Markakis has a base hit, run scored, first innings, flied out twice since. Hamilton made a fine play against him up against the wall in center last time up. Nick the DH in his leadoff spot. Villarreal with a 1-0 count on him. De Arza waiting on deck. Orioles RBIs: Cruz, Davis, Paredes, and Joseph all in the first inning. And then Scope with a home run in the second. That's been it. That's all the runs. Reds really haven't come close in the game. They've left a runner in scoring position in only 2 innings, the 3rd and the 5th. As Bud Norris did a great job shutting him down. Ryan Price, their skipper, with the Reds at 66 and 71 coming in. 1 ball, 1 strike count. And that pitch will be taken inside.
Well, that first inning was a huge lift for this team. I mean, you take a look at their lineup, they're missing so many key pieces in tonight's game. There's Steve Pearce and J.J. Hardy. Delman Young not in there. Still able to produce.
Jam shot. Shallow left. Time, though. Heisey coming in to put it away. Markakis is retired, and there are 2 down. Your favorite birds are back with their favorite dogs and cats. It's the 15 Orioles Pet Calendar. Proceeds from the brand new 16-month calendar benefit Barks, the Baltimore Animal Rescue and Care Shelter. Pick up your calendar today before they sell out. Orioles.com/pet calendar, or you can grab a copy on the next time you're at the yard or at the official Orioles team store in New York, PA. Don't take the bird, though. 2 down. De Arza debut for the Orioles, a good one. A couple of hits, runs scored, 2 for 3 so far, and he will take the pitch for a strike. Here are the season numbers for the new Oriole, getting the start in left field. De Arza only 105 against left-handers, 276 off right-handers, and he has 76 at bats against the lefties, so that has been a real struggle for him this season. One of the reasons he was in and out of the lineup for a while, and then got that leadoff spot, and with that speed stayed in the White Sox lineup. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery. The ground ball towards first. Short hop. Frazier will go to the bag, and that will retire the side. 1, 2, 3. We go to the 8th inning. It'll be the top of the order coming up, and O'Day coming on to face it. Brought to you by Miller Lite.
On the first inning, after stealing second base, Hamilton tests Caleb Joseph again, trying to get third. Joseph guns him down and ends a potential rally in the first inning against Bud Norris. Well, the Orioles ended up putting 4 on the board in that first inning. A game-changing play right there.
Moving towards the midnight hour. The Orioles on top by a score of 5-0. And here's Darren O'Day.
Darren using that fastball 58% of the time. The breaking ball, the sweeping slider 41% of the time. And believe it or not, he probably has thrown 1 changeup this summer. 57 games, 4 wins, .91 earned run average, 63 strikeouts in 59 2/3 innings of work. Opponents hitting just 175 off Darren O'Day this season. Only giving up 3 home runs. He has been dominant against both lefties and righties. Last pitch Saturday against the Twins, an inning of work, 0s across the board.
Right now for O'Day, second in the American League relief ERA at .91, and he is 4th in the American League in holds, 22. He's allowed 1 earned run his last 27 games. Billy Hamilton will lead it off against him. Hamilton a single, 1 for 3. Reddy's in at third base, and the pitch will be taken down low for a ball. Hunter worked an inning, couple of strikeouts. Norris 6 innings, no runs, 4 hits, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. O'Day's 1-0 delivery, sweeper in there for a strike.
Such incredible command of that slider. Actually, all of his pitches really can put him wherever he wants. The backdoor slider working the bottom of the zone.
1 ball, 1 strike count. Really yanked that one foul. The bullpen during this homestand, and the Orioles are 6-2 on it at the moment. They've won 3 and had 4 saves. Bullpen ERA is 2.22 in this homestand, 4 out of 5 in save opportunities. The overall team ERA in this homestand is 3, and that's going to go down if this score stays as it is, with the Reds having put up nothing on the board. Orioles coming into the game were averaging 5.9 runs per game on the homestand. O'Day with a 1 ball, 2 strike count. All together now. Just a little bit inside.
I don't see a pitch get away from Darren O'Day like this very often. He just yanks the fastball. Caleb Joseph setting up away. Take a look. Boy, that one's close. Good thing Hamilton has those quick feet.
2 ball, 2 strike count. Reached and will foul it off. So Hamilton has extended his hit streak to 6 games with a single he got in the first inning. The longest streak of any Reds hitter currently. Set the new Reds record for a rookie stolen bases. Did that in the first inning, 55. Pretty amazing that record for the Reds had held since 1909 for a rookie stolen base mark, which had been 54.
That's a big number.
It's a long time.
That is a long time.
I remember that game. 3 ball, 2 strike count on Hamilton. And O'Day's delivery had him lunging. It's foul back. Count will stay at 3-2. Frazier and then Phillips due up.
Sometimes swings become self-defense, and I think that's what happened there. That slider might have caught him in the ankles. Caleb Joseph had to almost make a diving play. Hamilton hadn't have fouled it off.
3-2 again. And that'll be outside. So surrenders the walk. Before we leave this day, pausing to remember one of baseball's really good people, Bart Giamatti. Marcus Giamatti, his son, wrote this. Monday marked the 25th anniversary of the passing of my father, Bart Giamatti, age of 51. Honor him by remembering that fair play and treating people with respect matter. After all, Bart Giamatti was an idealist who loved the human game with all its imperfections. A game that reflects our vulnerability, a game like life capable of great joy and redemption. A game always and in every way designed to break your heart. And his dad really did love the game. Former commissioner, of course, for all too short a period of time out of Yale. He wrote some of the best words that have ever been written about baseball. Some poems and short stories and magazine articles. Todd Frazier at the plate. Runner on at first here in the 8th inning. Only 2 walks surrendered by the Orioles pitchers. Norris 1, O'Day 1. Shift on in the infield. Frazier chasing one away. Boy, hitters, especially right-handers, well, right or left-handers, who have not seen O'Day before or anything like it, must shake their heads in these first at-bats against him, no matter what you've watched on video.
Yeah, it's tough picking up that slider. I mean, you see it okay, then it's how do you actually get the bat head on it? Because it seems like it breaks out in front of the plate. It's really hard to square up a Darren O'Day slider, both sides, lefty or righty. And then you start focusing on that slider, trying to cover that outside corner. And he pumps the fastball 88 or 89 at the top of the zone. It looks like it's about 100.
And it's right on your hands. 2-1, 1 strike count. Hamilton the lead at first. That'll be outside. And the count will go to 3-1. Phillips waiting on deck. The Cincinnati team has been shut out 12 times this season. The Orioles have 9 shutouts to their credit. Brian Price has seen this before in games where the offense just has not been able to deliver. I mean, they still can here. We're in the 8th inning. 3-1, 1 strike count. O'Day's delivery, and that's the one. Comes back inside, catches the corner. And Frazier goes, that's not fair.
Well, this is the confidence he has in his slider. Falls behind 3-1. He hasn't had the good command of the fastball. And here, front door on the slider.
Frazier shaking his head yes. I knew that was a strike. 3-2. See if runner goes. He does not. And a swing and a miss. And he got him. So O'Day comes back and gets the K.
I think Frazier thinking, okay, he doesn't have that fastball command, so he was probably sitting on slider here, but still couldn't do anything with it. Ball ends up down the middle of the plate. 79 miles an hour and swinging just underneath it.
That'll bring Brandon Phillips to the plate. 7 strikeouts for Bud Norris, 2 for Hunter in the inning he worked. Now 1 for O'Day. Phillips has taken an 0 for 3 in this one. Popped out, struck out, flied out, and the pitch will be taken for a strike. Oh, for his last 15. Came off the DL on August 18 and has not hit. 8 hits and 53 at bats since being reinstated. Had a torn ligament in his left thumb, kept him out. Another major loss for this ball club. 4-time Gold Glover. Odrisic warming up in the bullpen. Managers each using relievers for 1 inning of work in this ball game. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Chopper, fair ball. It's going to take a strong throw. 1 hop. New. Ball dropped along the first base line in any event. So a runner's going to be on at first and second. He charged on the throw from third on that.
Oh, toughie.
Take a look at this state of Major League Baseball as we close in on midnight. Got to get this in, and we'll be to another day. We don't want to miss Elvis. 2000, the first player named Elvis makes his Major League debut. Elvis Pena with the Rockies. Johnny LeMaster in this state, 1975 with the Giants, became the first Major League player with an inside-the-park home run in his first Major League at-bat. And Johnny LeMaster went on to have a pretty fine Major League career. He got that off Don Sutton at Candlestick Park. Elvis Pena, at the time, was a 23-year-old Dominican infielder who made his debut with the Rockies. Mazorco will take the pitch inside for a ball. You would think with Elvis 50s, 60s, as popular as he was, and the music and everything, that there would have been a lot of youngsters named Elvis.
Yeah. And
at least a couple make it to baseball, don't you think? No? You don't think Elvis would be a popular name?
Well, I don't know.
Well, obviously not. It's okay.
Well, probably most of the kids that were named Elvis back then got into music, not baseball.
Oh, okay. 1 ball, 1 strike count. I wonder if there's anybody else in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame named Elvis. I can't think of anybody.
Elvis Costello?
And he's in the I bet he's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Elvis Costello, very good. Ding, ding, ding. Don Pardo, tell our guest what he's won. Don passed away a couple weeks ago. The great voice of game shows forever. And then Saturday Night Live. Here's the 1-1 delivery, and that one got him. So they're loaded. Game's not over.
Boy, we haven't seen Darren with the command struggles like he's having in this inning. Cannot find the feel for the fastball right now. Get underneath it there. Catches him right in the back. Getting ahead with the slider and then kind of trying to find that fastball command, but it's all over the place right now.
7th hit batter on the season for O'Day. And that's going to load the bases here in the 8th inning. And it gets a lot more interesting than the Orioles wanted it to be. Brad Brock in the bullpen. And O'Day will be facing Bruce, who will come to the plate with a single, a strikeout, and hit into a fielder's choice. An ironic situation the last time up, because he's struggling so much at the plate. He tried to bunt for a base hit and ended up putting it right on the line, and Joseph threw out the lead runner at second. Let's see what he does in this at bat. I mean, this is a guy who's got power. So Bruce up, bases loaded, 1 out. And O'Day in a bit of a jam here in the 8th inning. Pitch to him is going to be taken outside for a ball. And Brad Brock will hustle it up to get ready in the bullpen for the Orioles. One-0 count with 1 away. Fly ball, right field. It is deep. It is way back. And goodbye, home run. A grand slam home run in the 8th inning, which has turned a 5-0 ball game into a 1-run game. Jay Bruce.
Just like that. I mean, you don't expect that from Darren O'Day. Have some command issues. And Jay Bruce, no thought of a bunt in that swing. And that's how he'd been swinging it in some prior years. Here, getting the elevated fastball. Not quite to the top of the zone. He's able to get full extension onto the flag court.
His first grand slam of the year, the 3rd of his career, and just like that, it is a 5-4 ball game. Heisey, he shows bunt. He will take the pitch for a strike. Buck Showalter, you can see the frustration there. That will snap the 12 straight scoreless appearances for O'Day. Now an 0-1 count. Heisey with only one away, and the pitch will be taken outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. So in the inning, it's been a walk, an error, and a hit batter. The only hit in the inning is the home run.
You see there in 12 balls, 12 strikes in his 24 pitches. Typically very aggressive in the zone with all of his offerings.
The 4th home run he surrendered this year. That one is foul back. O'Day will get ahead on the count here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Allowed only 1 run in the last 27 games, covering 30 innings, and now all of a sudden it changes out there. Andrusik will be joined by Diaz, as we've got a 1-run affair going here. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Heisey will put it up in the air to short. Ryan Flaherty, he's got it. And there are 2 down here in the 8th inning. And that will be it for O'Day. Brian Pena, the designated hitter, is due up. Brad Brock is going to come in, as O'Day will leave with the 2/3 of an inning worked. Only 1 hit, but it was the grand slam hit by Jay Bruce. Brock on to pitch. Telecast is presented by authority of the Orioles. They may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. So O'Day out of there, a tough 2/3 of an inning with the 4 runs on the grand slam home run, walk, a strikeout, big error.
Pretty frustrating. Haven't seen that all season from Darren O'Day. The lack of command for a couple outs there. Brad Brock now in. The fastball at 68%. The power fastball too can get in the mid-90s. Breaking ball, that hard slider 18%. A real good change to go along with it. 5 wins, 2.61 earned run average. He's been pitching very well for the Orioles.
2 down, bases empty, 8th inning.
The opponent's hitting just 202 off Brad.
One-0 delivery. Pena, the designated hitter, trying to tie it up. He's popped out, called out on strikes. Struck out, reached on a pass ball in the 5th inning. Big comeback going on here. And it's the ball club. The Orioles have done well in 1-run games, 27-19. The Reds have not. They are 20-33 in 1-run ball games this year. They lead the majors in 1-run losses. That's how close Brian Price's team has been. 2-1 delivery, and that one is fouled away. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count from Brock.
Well, good teams You know, you see how close a team can possibly be. And the Orioles were like that at one time.
Yep.
Just a few years ago, actually. They lost a lot of close ball games. And the next year, there was a big turnaround. They won a lot of one-run ball games. They won a lot of extra inning ball games. Make it to the postseason that year. So teams are a lot closer than they think. You know, I mean, I think the Cincinnati Reds realize how close they were this season. Of course, devastated with a lot of injuries. But we're in so many ball games, just not enough to get over the top.
You're going to win 60, you're going to lose 60. What are you going to do with the other 42?
It is.
2 ball, 2 strike count with 2 down. And just protecting on that one, and skims it through the seats and back onto the field. So Brock trying to end the inning. 4 runs surrendered by O'Day. 3 of those earned. The error that allowed Brandon Phillips to reach as the unearned run part of that grand slam. It's been a strange game, and there's a strange inning. 4 runs, 3 earned, 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit. 2-2 delivery on the way, and that will just miss. So Brock will take it full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The Orioles have got to think about offense. They go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Whatever happens here in the top half of the 8th. Orioles haven't scored since the 2nd inning. And of course, the Reds hadn't put anything up till the 8th. Here's the full count pitch, and a swing and a foul ball.
Man, Brad Brock is just nasty. His stuff is coming in there all over the place. Talk about a tough delivery across his body. He gets a lot of torque. 96 miles an hour with a fastball. He's throwing some real good changeups. Power slider as well.
Three-two delivery put up in the air to center. Jones is back underneath it and puts it away. Interesting 8th inning. 4 runs scored. 3 of them are earned. Grand slam by Bruce, and it's a 1-run game. Now for the 2015 Orioles full of partial season plans. Start earning Major League savings over the cost of those single game tickets, and fans who pay their deposits for those tickets are eligible to purchase 2014 postseason tickets. You can earn priority access to the hottest tickets in town and save for 2015 as well. Go to Orioles.com/postseason.
Take a look at the best records this season. Los Angeles Angels 83 at 53. It's a .610 winning percentage, but there are the Baltimore Orioles 79 wins, 57 losses. Oakland A's, Washington Nationals, and the Dodgers. Pretty impressive run by the Baltimore Orioles. Almost they're definitely in striking distance of taking over that top spot for most wins. And we have a new pitcher coming in for the Reds, Logan Ondrusek. Likes his fastball 77% of the time. It's a pretty good one, 92 to 95 with the heater, and breaking ball It's a curveball, and then the changeup. It's a split finger 10% of the time. 4.38 earned run average, 36 punch-outs in his 37 innings of work. He's another Red that spent some time on the disabled list. Missed a month with a strained right shoulder. Opponents hitting .282. He has given up the 3 home runs. Pitched on Thursday against the Cubs. 1 inning, 1 strikeout.
So the Orioles will try and add to their 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Adam Jones will take the breaking ball for a strike. He's 1 for 3. Jones, Cruz, and Davis will be due up. 7th appearance for Andrusik since coming off the DL with that strained right shoulder. 36th appearance. There's Quentin Berry, the speedster, added to the roster today. Had a very fine season of minor league ball. Good average, not just stolen bases, but good numbers. Got on base. So Berry with the ball club.
They brought a lot of outfielders into spring training. Berry, of course, one of them. The guy's fighting for an outfield spot, but intentional move by Dan Duquette just to create some more depth in the organization. And Quentin Berry, a couple years of major league experience and postseason experiences as well. Played in the World Series with the Tigers and the Red Sox.
Berry getting loosened up over there. He hit .285, 35 RBIs, 25 stolen bases at AAA. Fouled off by Adam Jones. 5 runs, 10 hits for the Orioles. 4 runs, 5 hits for the Reds. Oriole closer Zach Britton getting ready in the bullpen. All of a sudden, this game became a save situation. See if it stays that way. Jones will take the pitch. It'll just miss. Maybe up and a little bit inside. 2-ball, 2-strike count on Adam.
Yeah, just when you think a team's going to roll over, I really haven't been playing that well recently. Just take some quality at bats. Get you up there and the right guy in the right spot.
He stayed in there and he gets him. Andrusik with a strikeout. That's only the 4th Oriole to strike out in the game.
Pretty good pitch here, a power fastball, and they're consistently working Adam Jones inside. 94 miles an hour down and in. Can't quite get to that one.
Andrusik is a tall glass of water. He's 6'8", 231 pounds. Big player out of Shiner, Texas. Yeah, but selected by the Reds 13th round to 05. He has been in their organization since day 1 back in 05 when he started in Billings. And the pitch will be taken down low. Here's Nelson Cruz. Cruz, a couple of singles. RBI, 4-game hit streak now for Nelson. Couldn't quite wait on that one. Pops it up. Brandon Phillips going back. And he will put it away. 2 down, 8th inning. Join us again tonight for more Orioles action. Miguel Gonzalez takes the mound against Dylan Axelrod. Our coverage on MASN 2 begins at 6:30 with those extra presented by Geico, followed by game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on MASN. Today, they will be pitching. We may get a pitching change right here. Ryan Price going out. God love Woody. Patsy Cline walking after midnight, huh? Is that perfect or what? And I guess they are going to make the change on Andrusik. Hung there for a minute. Manny Parra, though, is ready in the bullpen, and he will be coming to the mound. It's a 1-run ball game, 2 down for the O's in the 8th.
Veteran lefty. Quality 3-pitch mix. That fastball 89 to about 95 at times. Breaking ball is the slider, and the change is split finger. The righties are going to see the full mix, but I think Chris Davis is going to see a lot more sliders. 4.36 earned run average, 34 strikeouts, 16 walks on the season for Parra. Look at the opponent batting average. Those righties up to 302, but the lefties just 240 with 1 home run.
8th inning with 2 down and nobody on. Pitched against the Braves, only a third of an inning in Parra's last outing. Chris Davis will face him. Andrusik working the 2/3 of an inning and picked up a strikeout. Davis will take the pitch for a strike. Lados worked 5, their starter, giving up 5 runs on 10 hits. The bullpen, though, has shut the Orioles down. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and that pitch will be down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Chris, part of that first inning, 4-run, 5-hit inning, picking up the RBI base hit, has walked and struck out since. 31-year-old left-hander. 1-1. And that one outside. 2 ball, 1 strike count. LeCure in the bullpen. This time of night you need LeCure. Bullpen or otherwise. 2-1. Shift on against Chris. He hits into it, and that will retire the side. Right at Phillips. 1-2-3 inning. Well, we suggest, even though it's in the early morning hours, that you put those seatbelts on, pull them real tight, put that table up, please, and do not recline in your seat. Orioles baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Navy Federal Credit Union. 4 million members, 4 million stories. Navy Federal Credit Union. Gary Thorne, Mike Bordick with you. Game delayed twice, 23 at the start, hour 46 in the first. David Lowe's going to come on to play in right field. Baseball history will be made at third. Kelly Johnson, first appearance as an Oriole, becomes the first player ever to play for all 5 teams currently in the American League East.
That's pretty impressive. Zach Britton now coming into the ball game. It is a save situation. That fastball 92% of the time. 94, 95, 96 at times with that 2-seam sinking fastball. 8% curveballs in 61 games. Has 31 saves on the season. Opponents hitting just 170 overall off Britton. Pitched on Sunday, 2/3, nothing on the board.
And a swing and a miss. Negron leading it off. Chris Negron has struck out a couple of times, grounded out. Santiago due up in the 9th spot. Then Hamilton, leadoff batter. A 1-run ball game, top of the 9th inning. Didn't look like it was going to end like this. However it ends. Swing and a miss, pitch away. Orioles getting the 4 runs on 5 hits in the first inning, and then a home run by Jonathan Scope in the second that right now is the difference in this ball game. And the Reds did not score until they got the grand slam home run from Jay Bruce in the 8th inning. Here's the 0-2, and he won't chase on that one. So Britton with a chance, an unlikely chance through most of this game to have a save opportunity, and yet here it is. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Trying to work that fastball in the outside corner. Pretty good movement, 95 miles an hour.
1-2 delivery. Chopper right back to him. 1 down.
See a lot of weak ground balls because of that late movement right in the zone. Easy comebacker, Britton handling it.
Britton 31 out of 34 save opportunities for the Orioles. 1 away, top of the 9th. Ramon Santiago has reached on an error, walked, and has flied out. He's had a pretty good bat of late. Kelly Johnson in at third base. Good speed at the plate, and the pitch high and away. Zach pulling some major duty out of the bullpen. 6th appearance, last 9 games. Certainly, I'm sure, thought he would not be appearing in this one. Here's the 1-0 delivery, and the pitch will be taken inside. So a 2-0 count on Santiago.
Get back in the count here. I mean, fastball moves too much in the zone. Be aggressive, throw it down the middle and let it work.
Gets the strike. Santiago's drawn 20 walks and had 32 strikeouts. 148 at bats for him. Played in about half the games this season. At shortstop in this one. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Kelly Johnson still even with a bag at third. Ripped that way and underneath his glove. That's going to roll into foul territory. It'll be chased down by De Aza, and it is a double. And with 1 away here in the 9th inning, the Reds have the potential tying run on at second base.
Well, Johnson up tight, protecting for the bunt here, and this is a bullet. Ends up catching him either off the glove or the calf. Santiago finds himself in scoring position.
So there he is at second base. And now the leadoff batter, Hamilton, and this will require Kelly Johnson to play in again. With Santiago and Hamilton back to back in the 9 and 1 spot, you have outstanding speed in both of those parts of the order. If he was bunting here, obviously it'd be for a base hit, but he'll do that. 1 down. Rips it on a chopper to short. This is going to be a tough play. Got to hurry it. Flaherty's got no play. 1st and 3rd, 1 out, an infield hit for Billy Hamilton, his 2nd of the ball game.
A wise decision right there by Ryan Flaherty to eat that ball. Chopper, Baltimore chop right off the plate. Get some serious elevation on that. Hamilton already at first base by the time Flaherty gloves that ball.
Speed has made this an inning. So the Orioles will play for 2. Todd Frazier up. He has struck out twice, has singled and grounded out. He is 6th in the National League in home runs, but he's also up there among the top 10 in strikeouts. So Zach Britton in a duel here, trying to get that ground ball for a double play. 1st and 3rd and 1 away. Frazier will take the pitch, and it is in there for a strike. Man, what a conclusion to a ball game that began the same way. I mean, we had the first hitter and a half. We had a collision at first, an umpire gone, a stolen base by Hamilton. There he is. Pitcher Bud Norris had been hit on the leg with a comebacker by Hamilton. That all took place before 2 batters were gone in the game. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way, and there's a chopper. Maybe tag. Did he get him? Throw to first. Yes, double play, and the Orioles come away with a win. Jonathan Schoop, and that is not an easy play to make, but he put the tag on Hamilton, made the play to get Fraser at first, and the Orioles won it 5-4.
Now, impressive play by Jonathan Schoop right there. Base runner at first base. Hamilton taught to avoid this tag. Do not run into the out. Nice read by Schoop, coming in and cutting Hamilton off there, putting the tag on, and a nice throw over to first base. Great play. You saw the tag right there on the thigh. Beautiful defense.
Wow. So Norris gets the win. He is 12-8. Britton will get the save. Latos will take the loss. He will go 5-4, and the Orioles have their 28th one-run win.
A challenge on this, as the Orioles are going to challenge, or the Reds challenge the call. Let's head right back upstairs to Gary and Mike.
All right, well, Jim and Rick, this is a decision made after most of the umpires had left. I don't think there's any question about the call, whether a tag was made, and there it is. So the call on the field stands. It was a question of whether or not there was a tag put on by Schoop on Hamilton. And the replay clearly shows, I think it was.
Yeah, Jonathan Schoop, nice job cutting it off. And Hamilton there in front of him. Nice job trying to avoid the tag, but it looked like Jonathan Schoop slapped it on the knee, the left knee, and on to first to complete the double play.
So that's going to do it. Shower and run away as quickly as you can if you're the Orioles in this game. The Orioles come away with a win by a score of 5-4. Game 2 tomorrow. Miguel Gonzalez takes them out against Dylan Axelrod. Our coverage on MASN 2, 6:30 O's Extra, presented by Geico, followed by game coverage at 7. This has been a